Amethyst, Phoenix. Maybe I shouldn't have left. But there wasn't any reason to stay. All of us gathered for one purpose that revolved around Kaisen, and that certainly turned to dust. While he chose what to share with us, we were no longer closer to any sort of goal or revelation upon Kier. We were walking blind onto a minefield. However, it didn't lessen the guilt eating away at my insides. Maybe it was the eerie way Jasmine composed herself, burning with malice. There is no doubt that the founding families are experts at concealing their emotions. Maverick is a mask of emptiness, while Brantley is soaked in insanity. Lucian and Jasmine are considered stable and more level-headed than the rest, although her anger does best her in certain situations. In some ways, she can be considered a hothead. When she called the meeting, a cigarette hung loosely between her lips and the smoke concealed her face. Every inhale for oxygen sparked the glowing tip of the stick, ash dropping upon the couch. It's like she couldn't breathe without the nicotine. Everyone noticed this side of Jasmine. The dark cloud that hung above her could have taken physical form. That's when she broke the news, something that involved our encounter with Kier prior. Something I didn't want to believe. Kaisen was Kier's twin brother. That vision with Magnus and his sons came at a time that made everything clearer. Kaisen had left, labeled as a traitor by Maverick, who didn't trust him in the first place. The revelation was bone-chilling, to think we had all the signs that they were related and chose to overlook them. Maybe it was because they were as different as night and day. Maybe it was the way Kaisen desperately wanted to help us. There were too many unanswered questions. Why would he voluntarily help me control my powers? Why would he help us defeat Kier? Was it all a plan to control us from the inside? Kaisen stayed in my pack, helped me gain better control over my flames and teach me how to maximize them. There wasn't a hint of his double persona. He concealed that part of him perfectly. Lucian concluded that there wasn't anything more we could do considering the situation. Kaisen betrayed us, and we have every reason to believe that he is with Kier. Our only source of information on Kier fled. This left us in a bind, with no sources. We were sitting ducks. I was in a constant state of anxiety, but the moment I was on Blood Moon Pack soil, everything damped with a sense of peace overwhelming me. The way my muscles relax whenever I'm home, whenever I'm with Caden. We weren't on bad terms per se, but I did think we were in dire need of a conversation regarding us. The fact that I marked him, the ill fate that awaited us and Mason. Caden had to return home because we couldn't keep leaving our pack without an alpha. In my absence, he takes over all the alpha duties. Sage texted me that he hasn't left the office or slept during my time away. He tends to dismiss his health whenever it comes to the pack. Caden never uses his phone, and sometimes he forgets that we aren't within mind-link distance. When I arrived at the mansion, which still baffles me like the first time, I'm instantly greeted with a snoring Blaze. He fell asleep on the couch with a bag of open chips on his chest, drool coating his left cheek and the flash playing in the background. I smile. I never see anyone even though we stay in the same house. I'm always busy with pack duties, and they are extremely busy with ER. A.D. I make my way to my office, knowing he would already be in there. Before I could reach the door, I'm stopped by my best friend. Midnight hair that was cut in an angle towards her jawline, striking gunmetal orbs and defined winged liner. We collided in a fierce hug, which would have broken ribs had we not been supernatural creatures. You have no idea how much I missed you. Sage smiles, drawing back, and with her thigh-high boots, she was a couple inches taller than me. Me too. I feel like we barely see each other. I pout, even though it isn't alpha-like. She throws me a flirtatious wink. That's because we don't. You haven't replaced me by one of your founding friends? I would never. I mock. Sage's eyes widen, practically sparking. Oh my God, you totally missed it. Missed what? Courtney got her ass beat by Alice. As Alpha, I shouldn't be smiling. I shouldn't find this funny. but I couldn't help myself. No fucking way. Sage nods in confirmation, but Alice never fights when it involves personal feelings. I state. Exactly, but during training, Courtney was paired with Lion, and usually that wouldn't be a problem, but she tried to flirt with him. My nose scrunches in disgust. Everyone knows that Alice and Lion are a couple and have been for a long time. What happened then? During this one move, she wrapped her legs around his waist, and that wouldn't be a problem. But she kissed him. I'm completely shocked. My jaw dropped. You have to be messing with me, Sage shakes her head. Hell no. Before Lion could throw her off, Alice grabbed her by the hair, flipped her onto the ground, and almost disfigured her face. Lion had to restrain her before she killed Courtney. Sadly, Caden had to administer punishment since he can't play favoritism. I chuckle at Sage's pout. Oh, but it was so satisfying, wasn't it? We immediately burst into fits of laughter. We so need a girls' night. Clearly, I've been missing a lot. Sage agrees, yes. Alice has been acting weird lately and is rather short-tempered, which never happens. Any little thing sets her off. The other day Blaze was chewing gum, and she almost bashed his head in because he was chewing too loud. I frown. I hope she's okay. Usually the roles are reversed and it's Alice calming Lion down. She's probably going into heat soon, Sage theorizes. How is Olivia? I haven't seen her much. Recently, I haven't seen Olivia even when I am home. She has no obligation to be in my presence, especially as an oracle since they are always busy. Sage taps her chin, cocking her hip out in tight leather pants. I'm not sure. I've barely her as well. Maybe it's just me, but I think she has been acting unusual lately. You think I should speak to her? I question. She left yesterday. Apparently it's regarding oracle business at another pack. Sage answers. I have been slacking in my friendships, completely absorbed in alpha duties, and the whole ordeal with Kier and Keeson. I hope she's okay. She's fine, babe. Don't stress about it. However, he is not, Sage declares, pointing her black coffin nail towards the office door with Caden residing in it. I groan. I told him not to overwork himself. Sage chuckles, crossing her arms over her chest. This is Caden we are talking about. Overworking is in his DNA. To be honest, I don't think he knows anything else but work. That's true. I agree. Sage chuckles and waves as she disappears. Good luck, Alpha. True to character, when I opened the door, I found him working. The illuminating glow of the sunset painting the room as Caden hunched over the desk. The scribbling of the pen filling the silence as his messy waves conceals his forehead. He doesn't notice me, even after 2 minutes of simply standing here. He was in the zone, absorbed by work. This is one of the many reasons that I am in love with Caden, his loyalty to the pack and to me. I keep my steps light, trying to sneak up on him since he hasn't noticed me yet. I'm close to wrapping my arms around his neck, but the tables have turned. Caden swivels the chair and pulls me onto his lap, my legs secured by one of his. I notice the dark shadows underneath his eyes, but that doesn't deceit from the smirk on his plush red lips. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you? Maybe. Did you miss me? I ask sheepishly, feeling my cheeks turn red. Caden's smirk slowly dissipates to a gentle smile. He doesn't answer, and instead collides our lips. It's like heaven, the softness of his lips being the balm to my soul. Shivers run down my spine, and tingles flow to my fingertips. He draws back. I always miss you, he whispers against my lips. I can't contain the emotions within me. They feel larger than my own as I wrap my arms around his neck. I miss him constantly. Every minute of the day and being without him is worse than death. I told you that I wouldn't be gone long. You shouldn't be overworking yourself, I scold, running my fingers through his soft, inky waves. Caden draws me closer. caressing my thigh in a comforting manner. I wanted to lighten the load for you. I know how stressed you have been. Is it possible for my heart to burst out of my chest? After about 5 minutes of just soft touches and kisses, I asked the question that instantly made my stomach drop. Did Mason come back? I feel Caden's body stiffen beneath me. For a while, I couldn't decipher what he was thinking from the foregone look in his eyes. No, he cuts. I'm about to question his odd behavior when Blaze suddenly opens the door. His eyes are half shut as he drags his feet with a white box secured with a red ribbon in his hands. He yawns, not at all aware of his surrounds. Alpha, package came for you, his gruff voice states as he leaves the box on the desk and immediately leaves. I'm surprised I don't think it is from Caden by the odd look in his eyes. I slip off his lap and undo the ribbon, Caden's rattled voice filling the silence as I lift the lid. Amethyst, don't! Nothing prepared me for what was inside a heart. Amethyst Phoenix. It was a heart. All the warmth enveloping me prior has been extinguished by cold water. Ice traveled through my veins, locking each muscle in place and causing a chill up my spine. Blood, it was everywhere inside the box. Yet, it remained unscented. No one caught the metallic scent upon receival and delivery, which meant that the entire package is spelled to throw off our werewolf senses. Blood soaked the bottom of the box, and yet it didn't leak onto my desk. Droplets splashed upon the sides as if the heart was carelessly thrown in. I've seen hearts before. I've even torn them out myself. But there was something eerie about receiving one disguised as a gift. My face paled as I saw a folded beige card tucked at the corner. With shaky fingers, I grabbed a hold of it. I think Caden is attempting to speak to me, but everything turns to white noise. My mind in disarray as I open the card. Cursive black ink with smears of blood across the card. My stomach drops as I read the note. My love for you is eternal. No one will touch your heart the way I do. I was made for you, and you were made for me. I suggest you take up my offer otherwise. I will ensure that you lose that new life of yours, as a life without me will only ensure death. And the letter was signed at the bottom, blood mingling with the ink, but I still made out the name, Mason. I can feel my body vibrating, the note shaking between my fingers as I try to swallow the anxiety tearing away in my chest. Time slips from me, each word playing on a loop in my mind. What did Mason mean by losing this new life? Did he mean my family? The note is ripped from my fingers, and I watch Caden shred it into pieces before throwing it into the trash. I can visibly make out his chest rising and falling rapidly. His eyes showcase the depths of his mind spiraling into rage, running his fingers through his ebony waves intensely, as if it would dampen his anger. Caden wasn't surprised, he was indeed angry, but the familiarity behind it made me question him. Why aren't you surprised? What is this, Caden? He grinds his teeth in frustration that it sounds amplified. I meant what I said. He didn't come back, Caden states aggressively. His immediate dismissal of the question, the response showcasing his agitated and frazzled state. The truth, Caden, I know when you are lying. Whenever Caden lies, he always cracks his left middle finger. Even someone of his intelligence always has a tell when they are lying. Any threat towards Blood Moon Pack should always be taken as a high priority. I can't simply ignore this. While we do have D, which is one of the top assassination organizations, I can't be egotistical. This isn't the first threat Mason has sent, Caden answers in a low voice, trying to contain his frustrations. What did he send? What were in the boxes? The answer was obvious, but I didn't want it to be. However, this was Mason we were talking about. He became a monster after his training, and I don't want the thought of someone innocent suffering for me. Body parts, Caden answers. He sends body parts to back up his threats of annihilating us. Why should we believe him now? What makes this different from any other threat? I question, trying to come up with a possible answer on how dangerous Mason truly is. You noticed it, didn't you? The package had no scent, therefore it was able to slip through our territory unnoticed by anyone. While Mason's pack is indeed dangerous, it isn't enough to take down Blood Moon Pack. I think he has someone stronger assisting him, which is a problem because we don't know how powerful that makes him. All of it made sense. It makes Mason unpredictable, and with a mysterious backer, there was no telling how victorious we could be in a war. And what he wants is me. Caden doesn't say anything. We were still processing our emotions. We were spiraling into a pit of anger and frustration. The rash decision would be for me to give myself over to Mason, but there is no way of telling whether he would keep the promise of not harming our pack. There is no guarantee that if I agree to his terms that he wouldn't start a war anyway. I'm also afraid and selfish. I don't want to leave Blood Moon Pack. I don't want to leave my family. I don't want to leave Caden. How many boxes did you receive? What did the note say? I ask. We received 5 boxes, each consisting of different body parts, but the notes simply had your name written inside. This is the first time he has stated his desires. It's quite apparent that he wants you back, and if you don't agree, then he will do everything in his power to destroy our pack. Caden's rough voice depicts how intense the emotions are swirling inside of him, yet he has to reel himself in for my sake. Running my fingers through my hair, the cold breeze of the wind catching my skin as I realized the window was open. The sun has set, and now night has dawned upon us. Why didn't you tell me what was going on? Caden closes the distance between us, taking a hold of both my hands. His touch seared my skin. It made my muscles relax, even with the tension weighing on my mind. You were busy training with Kyson. You had to deal with the founding families, and I couldn't distract you from your duties, nor did I want to overwhelm you. Shaking my head, I arch my neck to meet his eyes. There is always something peaceful about being in his presence. He always ensures that I am put first before himself. I appreciate his protectiveness, his concern over my well-being, but this was something we hadn't dealt with during my time here. He had experience due to my parents constantly being targeted. I didn't. I appreciate that, Caden, but this involves everyone we love. This involves the pack we love. I know you want to shoulder this burden by yourself, but you can't. As Alpha, I can't ignore this, and as my Beta, you should have been honest and not tried to fix this by yourself. We are a team, Caden. Caden nods. I can see the twinkle in his eyes at my words. We are a team? He questions almost shyly, rosy cheeks becoming apparent through the moonlight. For a moment, that anxiety slowly dampens as I place my palm over my heart. I needed Caden more than anything in this world. He was my partner in every aspect of my life. He was my savior when I thought I would die. He gave me everything, and I'm selfish because I can't imagine giving him up without a fight. You and me, we are forever. I declare softly, feeling the vulnerability in my words as I feel the mad thumping of his heart against my palm. It matched my own. Caden suddenly encases his arms around me, heat drowning out the iciness in my body. He places a soft kiss against my crown. We are forever, little phoenix. I close my eyes and soak in this moment until I remember that Caden doesn't know about the whole ordeal with Kyson. About Kyson, there is something I have to tell you. I explained to Caden everything that transpired, the details of Kyson's betrayal, and how he is Kier's twin brother. Caden's skin began to turn shades darker, his eyes shifting between black and blue, which showcased his inner battle with his wolf. He despised traitors, and that infuriated him, especially the part of Kier making an appearance. I see, so none of the founding families have any leads or information regarding Kier's motives? He questions, rather calmly. Shaking my head, Kyson was our only lead. Maverick can try gaining information from his connections with the witches, but I don't think he would divulge that much. As for Jasmine, I feel like she didn't tell us the full story. Caden nods. One thing that your parents noted in their journals is that everyone in the founding families keep secrets from each other. Just because you have a common enemy doesn't mean they will divulge their secrets or help you during your time of need. I can visibly see Caden's lips moving, but I can't hear the rest of his words. Instead, there is a ringing sound that only intensifies until I have to cover my ears in an attempt to lessen the pain. However, it doesn't work, and the darkness bleeds into my vision. Shit, I'm having another vision. Amethyst Phoenix. The darkness slowly melts into the background of a dungeon. Stone-colored walls coated in dried blood, and other substances that signified this place as a torture chamber. Sinister laughter echoes from the spot behind me, and when I turn around, I'm immediately face to face with Mason. His red lips are pulled into a malicious smile, hands situated in his pockets as his focus is entirely on the woman tied to the chair. Taking steps to the side so that I could form a clear picture on what vision is transpiring here. Mason is immaculately dressed in his charcoal suit, while the woman is in nothing but shorts and a vest. Her pale skin is covered in dirt and dried blood, scabs across her legs and arms as if she was tortured and healed. Her arms were bound behind her, the silver chain locked around her wrists and secured to the wall. Her head is turned down, a mass of chocolate hair concealing her face, until Mason grips her jaw and forcefully lifts her head. That's when I take note of the familiar emeralds. I couldn't remember where I had seen her, but with the pure hatred oozing from her orbs. I deciphered that neither of them liked each other that much. Mason squeezed her already bruised cheeks and chuckled. And to think, I thought you were worthy of being my wife. You are nothing but a disgrace to my title, Brittany. Mason spat. That's where I had recognized her from. She was the girl Mason chose over me, the one he made his Luna. Why? He rejected his mate for her. Why would he chain her to this dungeon? What was going on, and more importantly, why was I being shown this? Visions had a purpose, and I needed to pay attention to decipher mine. The bags under her eyes showcased her exhaustion. An exhausted laugh escaped her chapped lips. I wish I never met you, she muttered, regret and despair abundantly clear through her raspy tone. Mason laughed, not at all hurt by her words. You would have been nothing without me. He pushes Brittany's face away from him, towering over her like the predator he truly is. The mixture of evil and something darker swirling within his orbs. It's barely audible, but I hear Brittany whisper through her strangled voice, choking down the tears. At least I would have been happy. For a moment, I do feel empathy for her. I don't harbor any hate or jealousy towards Brittany. I have lived a life away from this kind of pain, and she has endured it since I left. I'm not holding a grudge against her. I feel sorry that she wasn't able to be happy all these years, even if she achieved her dream of being Luna of the Stone Heart Pack. Happy? Happy. You are a power-hungry bitch who only cared about having the Luna title. Don't pretend that you were some innocent girl I corrupted. Mason placed his hands on the arms of the chair, coming face to face with her. You were already corrupted when I met you. Those words would hurt anyone, and they definitely struck a chord inside of her. Now it was Brittany's maniac laughter bouncing off the walls, a high-pitched laugh that would surely damage her throat. It aggravated Mason, and I watch as he punches her, the sound of bones crushing under his fist. But Brittany continues to laugh. With shaky breaths, she meets his gaze once again. This time I can see the purple bruise forming on her cheek, her eye beginning to swell, but Brittany smiles wickedly, blood coating her once perfect white teeth. You think she's going to marry you? The bastard that beat her up, humiliated her, rejected her? You are foolish to think anyone would ever want you, she spat, satisfaction glistening in her eyes as she watches him lose control. For a moment, all you could hear is the rapid beating of Mason's heart, the inhale and exhale of a monster. Brittany, on the other hand, appeared drained, tired of him, and tired of the life she had chosen. I could see the regret in her eyes, the wonder on what life would have been like had she waited for her mate, or chosen someone who actually loved her. Maybe she wouldn't have been in this position. But she accepted her fate. What else could she even do? Without a warning, Mason pierced her chest with his claws, his fingers wrapping around her heart. His eyes were practically thirsting for her blood. Brittany choked, gasping for air, but she knew this was the end. Instead, she levels her eyes with his. No fear for death, and she snarls. I hope she fucking kills you. With her last words, Mason rips her heart from her chest, the life escaping her eyes as her head falls forward, a gaping hole in the center of her chest, while Mason holds the heart in his hands. Blood coating his fingers, dripping onto his suit, and yet he didn't care. A smile stretched upon his face. You're wrong, we are mates, and she was meant for me. The man was completely delusional, no resemblance of humanity left in his eyes. He snapped his fingers and one of his men came in, holding a box. The exact box that was sent to me. The one with the heart. Mason places the heart in the box, a wicked smile on his lips, as he licks the blood off his fingers. You will be mine, Amethyst. You will be my new wife, he declares. Everything suddenly fades away, the scene in front of me morphing into an abyss. Darkness engulfs me until I blink, familiar sky-blue orbs blinding my vision. A mass of inky hair cascading upon his face, his eyes filled with concern. Amethyst, did you have another vision? Caden questions, already knowing the answer. I nod. They happen so frequently and sporadically that Caden is used to them by now. Diverting my attention to the heart in the box, I can't believe what a true monster Mason is. This is far beyond hatred. This was pure evil. He killed his wife, I state. Who? The vision I had. Mason killed his wife and put her heart in this box as a present for me, I explain, feeling my blood begin to boil with rage. Mason thinks his actions won't have consequences. He thinks he can get whatever he wants. Why would he do that? Because he doesn't just want me as a mate, he wants me to be his new wife. Amethyst Phoenix. Mason wants me to be his wife. The evil lurking behind his eyes showcases that there wasn't any shred of humanity left in him. Mason didn't show an ounce of remorse when he ripped his wife's heart from her chest. He felt nothing as he killed her. By his confident demeanor, it's a good theory to believe that he has someone strong to pull the strings. Someone is helping him, someone powerful, and I have no doubt that it is Kier. Without proof that Kier is directly involved, this situation couldn't involve the founding families. After all, this is my pack, and if I can't protect them, then I am not fit to be called their alpha. It was nearing midnight, and Caden wasn't in the best shape. The lack of sleep and tremendous amounts of stress was finally catching up to him. He didn't protest that much when I forced him to get some rest, mainly because his energy has already been drained. I stayed behind to finish up the rest of the paperwork regarding the mating ceremony. Jasmine agreed to the mating ceremony for our pack members, but I doubt she will attend since I think she is going through some inner conflict and processing what transpired with Kyson. Maverick kept his pack under lock and key for some odd reason, but he did state he would make an appearance. He didn't have to admit it, but Maverick was coming because of Sage. The dynamic between them is odd, a push and pull, but mostly push until they are hanging off a cliff. Lucien also agreed on the grounds that we go to his territory for the mating ceremony. Brantley wasn't even around after Jasmine concluded the meeting. Are you going to ask him? Jade's voice surprised me since she has been laying dormant for quite a while. signing the last documents and organizing them into the binder. What question? Jade was as short-tempered as me, which made sense since we are one. I knew what question she was talking about. When is he going to mark us? Claim us as his, she growls in annoyance, her patience becoming a single threat. Did you ask Axel? I'm surprised you haven't, considering how close you guys are. I answer, finally finishing up and closing my office door. Jade doesn't answer, and we are abruptly cut short of conversation when I catch sight of Sage. She seems to be carrying something on her back that is weighing her down. Once she gets closer, I see that she has Callan's arms around her shoulders while his boots drag across the tiles. His ebony curls conceal his eyes, but I already see that they are closed, while drool escapes his parted lips and onto Sage's favorite leather jacket. One more drink, he whines, clearly intoxicated. I should have left you outside, Sage grumbles, annoyed by her twin. Raising my brow playfully, fun night? Pointing at Callan, Sage looks over her shoulder in disgust. Piece of shit. Should have ate him in the womb. I laugh at her comment. It's always best that they drink together. Simply because Sage has a higher tolerance for alcohol laced with wolfsbane than Callan. His is practically non-existent. His hands seem to slip, but Sage forcefully yanks it over her shoulder, purposely trying to hurt him. She huffs like she's going into battle and drags Callan towards his room. Don't let the unicorn get away, Callan pouts, pointing at me in his drunken haze. I hope the unicorn eats you, Sage declares, and I can hear Callan crying in fear of that possibly coming true. Over the years, I have witnessed everyone's intoxicated antics, which included the members of R.A.D. Although Lion just gets angrier with each sip of alcohol. I remember when Blaze accidentally spilled his whiskey on Alice. Yeah. The house almost caught on fire that day. I desperately needed a soak in a hot bath to soothe the ache in my muscles. Once I arrived in my room, I headed straight for the bathroom, twisting the knob until the water pressure was the perfect temperature for me. I let the bath fill while I lit some candles. Stripping my clothes off, I slip into the bath. The scalding heat of the water seeped into my skin, releasing the tension in my muscles and providing relaxation to my mind. You're scared, Jade whispers as I watch the steam cast a shadow against the glow of the candles. Resting my head on the rim of the tub, processing all the inner turmoil spiraling within me. Yeah. I agree. I'm scared that he will regret it. That he will find his mate, and then regret that he marked me. A fated bond cannot be undone. It's permanent opposed to a regular mate bond. You guys are destined to be together. You guys have been together for centuries and throughout lifetimes. Jade clarifies. It can change. Jade sighs, exhausted with my negative mindset. It's obvious that he is in love with you. He wants you forever, and you can't let your insecurities and fear control you. Otherwise, you will only push him away in the end. After years of loving him from afar, do you really want to push away the love he is giving you? She was right. I'm a coward, and letting my fear of the unknown dictate how my relationship with Caden will be. You have become quite wise. Jade snorts. I've always been wise. Rolling my eyes, I soak in the essence of the bath, allowing myself to relinquish all the stress from this past week for another 20 minutes before the water turned cold. After blowing out the candles, I throw on one of Caden's old band t-shirts that sit directly on my knees. Tonight, I didn't want to sleep alone. I needed to be with Caden. There is always a hole in my heart whenever we are apart. Tiptoeing towards his wing, I slip easily into his room, and his scent of rain instantly calms my frazzled mind. The moonlight illuminates his naked chest, chiseled six-pack with dark ink, like an art piece displayed on a canvas. Drawing the covers away as I settle into the warmth, Caden faces me unconsciously. Midnight waves cascade upon his forehead, and I brush it back softly, in order to keep from waking him. My heart aches whenever we aren't together. I can't imagine pushing him away and never loving him freely, the way I can now. I've seen our past together, the way we always find each other and always promise forever. The family we have, the love between us that spans over lifetimes. But I also see the way we lose each other over and over. I couldn't lose him again. I would do everything to ensure his safety. By the pattern of the vision, it would be his turn, and I wasn't going to let that happen. Caden is the love of my life. Nothing will ever touch him as long as blood flows through my veins. I'm lost in my thoughts until I feel the spark at my fingertips. Caden intertwines our fingers, and those beautiful eyes meet mine. It's gentle, soft, caring, and filled with so much love that my heart threatens to burst from my chest. "You're late," he mutters in his sleepy state, and immediately pulls me closer towards him. Caden's skin sears my own. I couldn't feel anything as he rests his forehead upon mine, holding my gaze. "I missed you." I smile. "I missed you too." After a beat, Caden plays with a lock of my hair and continues to analyze me. Swallowing the anxiety in my chest, the fear attempting to override my courage. "What am I to you?" I ask. Caden responds immediately, not missing a beat. "My fated mate, my soulmate, my wife, my heart, my entire universe." I felt my throat tighten, fire burning behind my eyes as I held back my tears. "Then why won't you mark me?" I whisper, feeling vulnerable by a simple question. His fingers grasp my jaw, pulling my attention towards his. Caden smiles, his eyes filled with love, that one would think I held the stars and the moon. "I want to do everything right because when I mark you, you will be my wife," he promises. My jaw drops. I didn't expect that. My flustered state didn't go unnoticed as Caden chuckles at my reaction. "Don't worry, little phoenix. All in due time. I won't ever rush you into anything." Caden pulls me into his chest, the warmth radiating off his body, and the scent of rain immediately makes my mind relax, and I feel my lids getting heavy. "I love you, Amethyst," Caden says, placing a gentle kiss against my cheek, and that is the last thing I hear before falling into a deep slumber. I really hope I didn't imagine him saying this. "Amethyst Phoenix, are you absolutely sure? You promise? Because I don't particularly want to die by burning alive." Blaze shudders, motioning between me and the ball of fire emitting from my palm. "You are being ridiculous. There are so many other ways I could kill you. Why would I waste those opportunities by burning you alive so easily?" A malicious grin forming on my lips. Blaze visibly pales, sweat dripping from his brow on second thought. He takes a detour to the left, chuckling and attempting to escape, but I launch the ball of fire towards his direction. Blaze shrieks, sliding on his knees to duck from the assault, switching his attention between me and the black circle on the bark of the tree, smoke arising as I burnt half of the tree. Blaze slides his fingers through his hair. "I knew you never liked me," he cried, getting back onto the balls of his feet. I facepalm myself, the heat exuding from my skin as I feel my mind begin to lose control of my powers. Maybe practicing with someone who couldn't defend themselves against fire was a bad idea. However, Kyson wasn't here, and I needed to exercise control, otherwise there would be mayhem. The way Jasmine expertly conjured lightning from the sky with ease, bringing that mass amount of power directly onto Kier. That's when I realized the vast difference between myself and the founding families. They had control. They could easily conjure copious amounts of power without any trouble. I only gained a small portion of that. Kyson taught me a move that requires complete focus, and I can only retain it for approximately 30 seconds. However, the founding family's powers are supposed to be kept a secret. That wasn't possible when you live with 3 other people who sporadically appear at the worst times. Kaisen and I had been training, and they assumed that Kaisen's motives were to kill me at the time. I couldn't lie, especially when the flames were lighting up my fingers without crawling all over my body. While I do trust them to keep it a secret, Kaisen didn't, and charmed them to not utter a word to anyone else. A bit extreme if you ask me, but apparently secrets are meant to stay buried in the darkness. Blaze moves with ease as I throw multiple fireballs at him. He's light on his feet and even does a backflip when I send 5 his way. That's the thing with Blaze. He flips like a switch and is quite menacing when his intent is to kill or protect himself. I had to practice my aim, but the more I thought about how far behind I am compared to the other alphas, it infuriated me. Jerking my arm, I felt the heat of the flames wrap around my forearm and towards my bicep. I continued to picture the flames emitting from my skin, and the image of myself being on fire conjures in my mind. With Kaisen, I held this move for approximately 30 seconds before I had to close the lid on it. If I'm not cautious, I could set everything around me on fire. Creating the image of the flames coating my body like a second skin, I retain the sensation of the warmth and power that the fire provides. When I open my eyes, my vision is assorted of orange and red. Blaze is flabbergasted. "You're on fire. Holy shit. Do I need to call Caden? Are you going to die?" he blurts, completely out of his element. Lifting my hands in front of me, I can see that the flames have coated my skin. A few seconds go by, and then a minute. I manage to retain the fire armor for a minute before I feel the power overwhelm me. It threatens to burst from my skin and burn the entire place to the ground. Closing my eyes, I picture the box in my mind with fire shooting at the top. With ease, I take a deep breath and close the lid. Everything is sucked back into the box, and when I open my eyes, the flames are gone. I didn't notice the appearance of Sage until she started applauding, as if I did something grandiose. "Wow, amazing," she praises. "Thanks." I smile in appreciation, although I didn't feel that I mastered anything that warranted that praise. Blaze immediately sprints towards Sage. "Oh, thank God you are here. I've never been so happy to see you in my life. You got this right? I can just go, I'm a go," he utters without breathing and moves like the flashback into the house. Sage clicks her tongue in annoyance. "You really chose him to help you?" I shrug, closing the distance between us. Everyone was busy. I needed to do some target practice. She chuckles. "I thought you were busy with a mission?" I ask. All the members of R.E.D. had back-to-back missions, so I didn't count on anyone being around today. I wrapped up pretty quickly. Also, Alice hasn't gone on the last 3 missions. I tried to ask Lion, but he simply dismissed me. So, in other words, he grunted and walked away. I said, matter-of-factly. Sage nods in agreement. Then Alice called about 20 minutes ago. She asked us to come over. "Is she okay?" I ask. I'm not sure. For Alice to call us over to her home, that means whatever she wants to discuss is something serious. Give me like 10 minutes to get changed. Altogether, it took us approximately 20 minutes to reach Alice and Lion's house. They lived a little further away from the pack, and their house was near the lake. Every time we came here, we understood why they had chosen it. It was peaceful. The scent of the forest, its gentle sounds of the lake, and the chirping of birds ever so often. It resembled peace away from chaos. "I hope it isn't bad news. I don't think I can handle that," Sage mutters, her tone filled with concern. Behind the scenes, Sage goes through a lot, and I haven't had the chance to be there for her. Whatever she is going through, whether it involves Maverick or is an entirely different situation, I know she will get through it, and when she's ready to speak about it, then I will always be here to listen or help her. I don't think it is something bad. Let's have positive thoughts. This is Alice. We both know that if someone so much as pokes Alice, then they are dead. I attempt to ease her worry, while also heeding my own words. Once our feet hit the entryway, Alice immediately flings the door open and tackles us in a hug. Finally, I haven't seen you guys in forever. You saw me 3 days ago at training. Sage wheezes, since Alice has a strong grip around us that it makes it hard for us to breathe. Alice puts Sage out of her misery and releases us. I take in her appearance, and it still amazes me how her features are almost identical to a beautiful doll. Her sapphires are practically sparkling, and her porcelain skin is radiating. There is something different about her, but I couldn't quite place my finger on it. She taps her chin, deep in thought. Really, I don't remember much of that day. Sage chuckles, lifting her hand for a high five, and they do. She totally deserved it. I couldn't deny that, especially when everyone knows that Lion is off limits. I second that, but if anyone asked, I reprimanded you for your actions as well. I stated, another secret between us. Through our laughter, Alice motions for us to come in. Alice's taste in decor tends to differ, depending on her mood from vintage to modern. Last time we came here, she had dark forest-colored walls, and now they were painted beige. Her interior is simple, yet sleek and classic. Lion doesn't care about what the house looks like. All he cares about is Alice and making her happy. Therefore, he never mentions her habits of being OCD and cleaning everything in the house constantly, whenever she is stressed. This is like our second home. I couldn't even count the number of times we had gotten so drunk that we swam in the lake naked, and then cried because it was too cold. Sage immediately runs to the kitchen, where Alice has multiple fancy glass jars that are filled with different sweets, all lined across the marbled island. Sage grabs a bowl from the cupboard, a smile on her lips as she opens the lids. I'ma have you. And you? Oh, can't leave you out. She gleams, taking a handful of gummy bears, gummy worms, sour jelly tots, etc. Alice and I raise our brow at her utter obsession with candy. She finally remembers we are in the room with her and diverts her attention for a second. A gummy worm hanging from between her lips. What? She asks, confused. Do you think my house is a candy store? Alice quizzes. Yes, Sage answers immediately, taking a handful of gummy bears and beginning to chew on them and pointing at me simulatively. She thinks this is a liquor store anyway. Alice raises her brow, no humor behind it, as I slide the bottle of gin behind me. I don't know what she is talking about. I lie. But to be fair, they have a damn bar in their house, and I'm a sucker for the gin and cranberry. I made us drinks while Sage stocked up on piles of sweets, chocolates, and apparently made nachos in 5 minutes. We set up everything on her deck, overlooking the calming, clear lake. For an hour we just talked, ate and drank, like we hadn't been apart for weeks. It felt nice to unwind and forget about all the dangers that keep appearing one after the other. Are you okay, Alice? I heard you haven't been going on missions. Do you need help with anything? I ask. She hasn't even taken a sip of her drink or ate anything besides the chocolates and nachos. She suddenly begins to fidget, tugging on her bottom lip and twirling a lock of her hair around her index finger. A smile graces her lips, and her cheeks begin to redden. There is something I have to tell you. Okay, Sage motions for her to continue, taking a sip of her drink. I'm pregnant. On cue, Sage spits out her drink. She coughs to lessen the choking sensation, and my jaw drops. WHAT? We scream in unison, shocked at her words. Alice's smile gets bigger, her eyes soft and gleaming with love. Lion and I are going to have a baby. Is it possible to actually burst out into tears, because I can feel the tears already threatening to spill from my eyes? The news was totally unexpected, but we should have noticed the signs. We jump out of our chairs and immediately pull her into a hug. Oh my God, I'm so happy for you, I cry. Forget being tough. One of my best friends is having a baby. We are all crying at this point, joy spilling from our heart. I can't believe you guys are going to have a pup. This is amazing. Sage squeals. Giving Alice some space, we take our seats and Sage goes inside and brings her a glass of strawberry juice for Alice. How far along are you? I ask. Almost 2 months. Lion wanted to wait for 3. But my hormones have been all over the place, and I can't do certain jobs because of my morning sickness and nausea. She explains. This feels surreal, Sage whispers, smiling at Alice. I know. How did Lion take it? She questions. Overjoyed, he is beyond happy that we are having a pup. On cue, her hand goes to her stomach. They are the absolute dream. They represent the life I want to have with Caden. All of you. I pout. They are so cute. Did he tell the guys yet? They are going to freak. Sage laughs. He's going to tell them today. That's why I asked you guys to come over. We are having a party later to celebrate. Amethyst Phoenix. I can't believe they are having a little pup, Noah exclaims, still in disbelief. Sage, Alice, and I continued gushing over Alice and her pregnancy. By the time the guys arrived, it had been well over 3 hours. Our reaction was mild compared to the guys. For a moment you could hear crickets as their jaws dropped in shock. Once that wore off, Blaze and Callan tackled Lion. Anyone who knows Lion knows that he isn't an affectionate person other than to Alice. In midst of their excitement, Blaze and Callan had forgotten, and even though Lion pushed them away a minute late, there were a few seconds where he accepted it because this was a celebration for them, for their baby. Really? I don't see it as much of a surprise, Caden states. Caden was right if you took into consideration how long they have been together. They are easily compatible despite their difference in personalities. The only person Lion has ever opened his heart to is Alice, and they have been in love ever since. For years, we watched them grow as individuals and as a couple. While they were still young, in my opinion, to have a pup, it didn't mean they weren't mature enough to handle the responsibilities that came along with having a baby. Alice and Lion will be amazing parents. There is no doubt in my mind. How was it not a surprise? The man is young, still has the rest of his life ahead of him. Blaze cries dramatically, whipping his fake tears away, and I see the tint in his cheeks, which explains his drunken words. Noah and Caden shift till they are beside him and smack the back of his head. Blaze rubs the spot, attempting to soothe the pain. Ow! What was that for? He whines. Dumbass, anytime you open your mouth, shit comes out. Sage scolds. Blaze pouts, and we ignore his idiotic words. Caden sips on his whiskey, returning to my side. If you think about it, they have been together for a long time and have always wanted a family. Therefore, it isn't that much of a surprise. He explains. That was also another thing that they never touched on. Alice and Lion had no family, no relatives. They were lone wolves, and they found a home within each other. It was tragic and romantic. They found someone that gave them the love they never received growing up. True, Sage agrees, and then a mischievous grin forms on her lips, and she immediately raises her hand. I call Godmother. My lips part. No fair. I wasn't ready. I whine, pouting at the fact that Sage remembered before me. Drowning my sorrow in my 5th gin and cranberry, I roll my eyes at the way Sage puffs out her chest with a smug expression. Her cheeks are deeply flushed, which indicated the copious amounts of alcohol we consumed. Too bad, you snooze. You lose. Winner, she yells victoriously, waving her arms in the air. Sage continues to skip around, screaming that she is the winner, and Callan runs after her. Guess he didn't have his drink yet, since the roles are always reversed when alcohol is involved. Don't you dare, Sage. You aren't allowed into the lake. Callan scolds. Does this mean she won't be able to go on missions? Noah questions. We were in a circle prior, and what was even more shocking is that Madison was here. Everyone knows that Courtney and Madison are best friends, so I'm not sure how Alice allowed her to come. According to Noah, Madison and Courtney have been distant lately, especially after she tried to kiss Lion. Madison gathers her chocolate waves and forms a messy bun atop her head. She won't be able to shift once she hits 3 months, she adds. While I can easily hold a grudge, I couldn't do that as an alpha. This was a celebration for Alice and Lion. I wasn't going to ruin it. Extending the peace, I add with her morning sickness, I don't think she can make it now. It will be detrimental to her body if she pushed herself. We all agree, the strain would be too much on her. Greg probably already knows that since Lion told him today the good news. The sun is beginning to set, creating a magical ombre of purple and orange upon the horizon. It's a subtle glow that illuminates everyone on the deck. They were all surrounding Lion and Alice. She was currently seated on his lap, his hand stretched upon her stomach, and he places a soft kiss upon her shoulder. Everyone is smiling, the happiness radiating off of them and being highlighted by the sunset. It was a beautiful sight to behold, practically our own universe filled with love and joy. You love them, Caden voices, reading my thoughts. Warmth begins to spread within my chest, emitting from my heart. As I analyze every single one of them, the smiles on their faces are precious, akin to diamonds for me. They make me happy. They created a family, and I was a part of that. I couldn't imagine life without them. Yeah, I do. I smile, feeling the love for them deep within my heart that it ached. Diverting my attention towards Caden, and to my surprise, he was already studying me. Our eyes are stuck in a trance, everything becoming white noise besides the gentle breeze brushing against our skin. I'm beginning to drown in those sapphires, fireworks bursting in my mind as I continue to spiral within his orbs. The only person who saw me from the beginning, who taught me that I could become someone who didn't fear anyone, to become someone strong. I love you, I confess, unable to control myself. My words seem to touch him, a smile forming on his lips. All the love mixing within his eyes as I feel his heated skin against me. He caresses my cheek, and suddenly I feel the softness of his lips against mine. All those fireworks are exploding in my mind as Caden deepens the kiss, his tongue a blend of whiskey and candy. Everything about Caden consumed me, mind, body, and soul. The moment is abruptly cut short when I hear applause. We sadly pull away from each other, but there is a smile upon both our faces. I called it. Everyone owes me $100, Noah declares, and they all grumble at him. Raising my brow as we join everyone on the deck. Excuse me? Oh, everyone took bets on when you guys would get together. I should have went in on that. Madison groans in disappointment. Noah shoots her a lethal look. What part of "don't tell them" did you not understand? Madison shrugs. My bad. She smirks. It's fine, Noah. I'll just get you back when you least expect it, I declare nonchalantly, even though I had my sinister smile plastered on my face. Noah physically shudders. I should have kept my mouth shut until you guys left. He grumbles. Guess this makes it official, Caden's voice declares through the mind link. I smirk at him. No, you need to ask me properly. Just because they know doesn't mean I'm won over that easily. I sass. Caden takes a sip of his whiskey and then leans into the croak of my neck. He places a soft kiss against my collarbone, and his husky voice drifts through my mind. I own you wholeheartedly. You gave me everything of you, and you even marked me. I think it's quite obvious what we are by now. He pulls back with a satisfied smirk on his plush red lips, taking in my flustered state. Deciding this wasn't the time to replay those moments, I cut it short with, this isn't over yet. We spend the rest of the time talking among everyone when the moonlight hits the lake, reflecting off the water. It's decided that we need to make a toast, but me and Sage are the first to demand that it be done with juice instead of champagne. Alice can't drink. Sage points out to Blaze. This is a celebration for them. We need to toast with juice. I speak. Alice chuckles, her arms wrapped around Lion's neck, who isn't the least bit interested in anything but her. It's fine, guys. Please toast with champagne. After a few seconds, Callan cries. She is so sweet. We all stare at him, completely caught off guard by his reaction. He continues to cry, tears coating his flushed cheeks. Callan is officially drunk. Juice. I demand, pointing to Blaze. Oh, I ordered this new organic tropical flavor. It should be in the living room. I didn't have time to unpack everything. Alice states. Blaze disappears with Sage in tow. When they return, Sage has multiple champagne flutes in her hands, and Blaze has a sleek glass bottle filled with tropical juice. Sage arranges the flutes while Blaze pours into every glass. I disperse the flutes among us, and we all raise our glasses. Okay, who wants to say the toast? Noah asks. Immediately, I raise my hand, and they all nod with silence, settling among us. Directing my attention towards Alice and Lion, I've never known what love truly is until I saw Lion and Alive. Whenever you look at them, you instantly feel the love they have for each other. I couldn't be happier for you two. I wish you everything of the best and nothing but happiness on this new journey as parents. Your pup will be cherished and loved to the moon and back. To Alice and Lion. Everyone repeats after me, to Alice and Lion. We all clink glasses. But while everyone takes a sip, I make a wish. I've received everything I've wanted in this moment, a family. I'm grateful for every single person here. I wish that this happiness will last forever. Everyone has already taken a sip, after I concluded my wish and expressed my thanks. I bring the flute to my lips, dipping back, but the juice doesn't reach my tongue because Alice immediately cries out. Dropping the flute, I rush over to Alice. She clutches her stomach and drops to the ground, crying in pain. Everyone is around her. I can't. Alice doesn't complete the sentence because she starts to vomit blood. What the fuck is going on, Alice? Lion pales. She cries in between heaves. It hurts. Seems that it works faster than I thought. A familiar voice states. I turn around and I feel my blood begin to boil. A malicious grin on his lips as he says, Hello, mate. Amethyst Phoenix. Mason. He casually appears from the sliding door, immaculate in his charcoal slacks and white formal shirt. Platinum blonde hair sleeked back, which highlighted the wicked glint in his chocolate brown eyes. His appearance is deceiving. You wouldn't be able to see the evil that lurks underneath. How did you get in? I grit. There is no way he could have gotten past our borders without me being notified. Surfing through my mind, link for the guards on patrol tonight. I'm unable to establish a link, and they don't even answer me. If Mason had killed them, I would have felt their death. It's akin to being stabbed. That sensation wouldn't have gone unnoticed. I had some help, he answers vaguely. There are two options on how he could have gotten past our barrier, and the first one is that he restrained my guards with a heavy hand, which also meant that he has other wolves lurking in the shadows. The second option is that I might have a traitor in my pack. I don't want to entertain the thought, but the possibility is high. Attempting to contact Caden through the mind link, I'm stunned that there is nothing. It's an empty void, with no connection to Caden, Sage, Callan, and everyone else here. I'm unable to connect with them, and they realize that as well, from the way Caden shifts to the side and we lock eyes for a second. He realized it too. All my thoughts are placed on the back burner when Alice cries out in pain once again. Immediately, I divert my attention back to Alice. Lion slips her onto his lap, Her body is physically shaking, and sweat pools at her skin. "Lion," she whimpered. "Huh? I didn't think it would work that fast," Mason exclaimed, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "What did you do?" I hissed. Everyone makes a move to restrain him, but Mason waves his finger in the air as a warning. "I wouldn't do that if I was you." There was something about his demeanor, the confidence in his posture, and the malice in his words. He couldn't possibly ambush us without a solid plan. "What did you do to Alice?" I questioned, the blinding vision of red formulating around his figure. Mason takes easy strides, leaning against the railing of the deck. There isn't a hint of fear, neither a crack his armor. "Oh, not only to Alice," his honeyed voice states. "I'm going to kill you," Lion growled, slipping Alice into Sage's and Noah's care. Fire is blazing within his black eyes, the depth of rage emerging as his steps begin to shake the ground beneath us. But I couldn't let him unleash that beast. We don't know what we are dealing with, therefore we won't be able to help Alice if Lion shreds him apart right here. I intercept his path. Lion towers over me and steam practically emits from his body. His eyes are focused on his target, Mason. "I'm going to kill him, Alpha, so you better move." His penetrating voice commands. This is the most he has ever spoken to anyone besides Alice. I wanted to move, let him annihilate Mason, because the man clearly deserves it. But I couldn't risk not identifying Mason's cryptic words. There is a bad feeling settling within my stomach, almost like a ball has dropped, and the dread is resurfacing. We don't know what he has done to Alice, and if we don't know, then we can't help her. I explain. "She needs you, Lion." I can see the way he fights with himself. He growls, and the veins in his neck begin to protrude as he physically restrains himself. Mason rolls his eyes as Lion chooses to go to Alice. Immediately, she wraps her arms around his neck. "Get her to the pack doctor," I instruct. Everyone follows them, except for Caden, Sage, Callan, and Blaze. They were the only ones who knew my history with Mason, my history with Stoneheart Pack. Regardless of my power, they wouldn't leave me even when I tried to force them. Mason scoffed in disgust at the four of them at my side, equal hatred on our faces. "Tell me what you did, Mason," I command. "I hit you where it hurts the most," he states. Studying my confusion, he continues. "I gave all your friends here." A lethal poison. I'm in shock, my blood burning my skin as I shift my attention between the four beside me, frantically searching for any sign that they were in danger, but they appeared normal and no symptoms that were similar to Alice. Could he be lying? Was she pregnant? That would explain why the poison reacted faster to her than everyone else, Mason theorizes, and simply shrugs as if it wasn't concerned that he will be the reason Alice loses her baby. "You piece of shit," Callan growls. Caden attempts to move from my side, ready to kill Mason, and since I couldn't mind, link with him to explain my reasoning. I have to resort to physical touch, grabbing his wrist to root him in place. His sapphires are bewildered by my actions. "Are you really stopping me from killing this bastard?" "Don't be irrational. We need more information on how to save Alice," I explain. Caden grinds his teeth, tugging his hand out of my grasp. A smirk forms on Mason as he takes in our interaction. Lovers quarrel? I don't choose to answer, and Mason doesn't push it. He moves around the table and picks up the tropical juice that Alice said she received today, the one we toasted to. Mason twists the bottle in his grasp. "If you all drank this, then you have 24 hours until the poison takes effect, and you will die. However, your pregnant friend, I don't think she will last that long." He chuckles. Everything inside of me begins to burn, like the fire is exploding within me and desperately craving to be released. It's called belenite, a special poison developed by a special witch, Mason adds, pleased with the outcome. Before I could move, before I could burn his body to ash, Mason holds my gaze, and there is no playfulness in his eyes. There is no cure. There was no way I couldn't comprehend his words, because there was no way what he was saying could be true. Your friends will die in 24 hours, and then you'll pack. You will have no one left. That dread building within me began to spiral. The tower of love I felt crumble within me. A mixture of anger and fear becoming more dominant. I felt lightheaded in this moment. What could I do to save them? The only person that came to my mind is Kyson. He would have been able to help us. But he betrayed us. He ran. And I don't know where he is. Mason even stated that a special witch designed this poison, and Kyson is by far entirely special. Unless what? Caden grits. Mason smirks. You can save them. All you have to do is give in to me. You said there wasn't a cure. How we know you aren't lying just to get our alpha? Sage angrily questions. Mason rolls his eyes. You won't think I'm lying when you are desperately clinging onto life in 24 hours. I have a cure, he deadpans. There isn't a cure. But I had one made just for you, Amethyst. He smiles as if it was enduring and romantic. What do you want in exchange for the cure? I ask. I want you to marry me. Everything becomes white noise. I don't register that Caden left my side and his target was Mason. All I could think about was everyone. Not long ago, we were celebrating something joyous, a new life, and now that is all going to be taken away. Everyone's faces are flashing before my eyes, all their smiles, and yet it's becoming distorted with images of their death. It's all my fault if Alice loses her baby. Then it will be my fault. If everyone dies tomorrow night, then their blood will be on my hands. I couldn't be selfish. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let everyone I love die. So in order to keep the people I love safe, to keep Blood Moonpack safe, I have to make a sacrifice. What was one life against thousands? I'll do it. I will marry you. Amethyst Phoenix. We were alone now. Mason was satisfied with my answer and stated that he would wait for me outside Alice and Lion's house. Caden had his back to me, addressing Sage, Callan, and Blaze in hushed voices. They nodded, and when my eyes locked with theirs, it was a mixture of sorrow and anger. Now, Caden and I were alone. I sigh, arching my neck to take in the night sky. Stars weren't gracing me tonight. The universe clearly predicted this outcome and didn't want to bless anyone tonight. I could hear the rapid beating of my heart drowning out everything around me. But it wasn't enough because when I heard Caden's voice, it sounded like a beacon in my depth of darkness. You can't go through with this, Caden urges, closing the distance between us. Sapphires that were filled with love a moment ago, with hope for our future, is slowly fading away. I could see the frustration in his eyes and the lurking of being helpless to protect me the way he always has. But it was time for me to protect him. Do you understand the situation we are in? Alice could lose her baby. Everyone we love could die tomorrow night. I recite, the words trembling as they leave my lips. Caden shakes his head. He was clenching his fists so hard that his knuckles were turning white. We will find another way, he declares. The silence began to sink in. I couldn't contact anyone, and for the first time I desperately wanted those voices flooding my mind. The poison cut off their link to me, and since I didn't drink the juice, I was the only one who didn't get poisoned. That was another guilt. I should have drank the poison and suffered like Alice. None of them deserve this, and yet I brought it upon them. There isn't another way, I whisper, the defeat feeling like a punch to the gut. We were backed into a corner with no hope in sight. Guilt rattles my body, shaking me to the core. I shouldn't feel exhausted. I shouldn't feel this massive weight on my shoulders when everyone is fighting for their lives. Amethyst, we will find another way. We can contact Kyson. He will help us. Caden's voice is laced with desperation. His heated palm suddenly captures my face. There is no escaping the way his eyes shift between clear blue and black. Caden is fighting with the truth, fighting with his emotions because we knew it would be futile in the end. How? Kyson is gone, he disappeared, and nobody can find him. We don't know any witches who would help. The founding families. Maverick is tied to the witches. We could ask him for help. Caden cuts. It crossed my mind, but we weren't on friendly terms. Sure, I could tell him that Sage was poisoned, and he would find a way to save her. But that was a risk we couldn't take. Each founding family member lived in different parts of the world. He wouldn't be able to get here in time, and who's to say he would even help us? I theorize. A humorless chuckle escapes my lips. I can fix this. Caden shakes his head, his jaw flexing from how tight he is, holding back his anger. We will find another way. Trust me, Amethyst. I couldn't stop myself. The tears I held back for so long finally burn my eyes and spill onto my cheeks. I can't take that gamble. We don't have enough time. I sob. I can't take that chance with everyone. Especially you. My voice cracks. My throat is sore. From holding back the tears. From holding back how much I want to scream. The risk is too big. I can't wait and rely on hope when I can save everyone now. As their alpha, as the source of this problem I have to fix this. Caden's hands slowly leave my skin, and my heart shatters. His face dips. So you're really going to do it? You're going to marry him? His voice is soft and low that it stabs me in the heart. Caden didn't want to believe the reality of our situation. The sacrifice of one life against thousands is nothing compared to the deaths of thousands for one. I recite. Caden showcased his rage, the turmoil of helplessness swimming within him. What about us? You marked me, remember? He draws the collar of his shirt to the side to showcase my mark. I wanted to be strong, to say that it didn't affect me to see my mark on his skin. Someone had torn into my chest and pulled out my heart. That was the pain coursing through my body. It will fade. I cry. We are fated mates, Amethyst. We have been together for lifetimes. And I've seen us die every time. I blurt. I've seen how we end. One always dies for the other. This time, it would be him, and I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't stomach knowing that I live in a world without him. Caden doesn't give up. He is resilient. We are the embodiment of destiny. You think just because you marry Mason now, that we will never be together? No. Nothing and nobody will keep me away from you. His arms wrap around me. I didn't know my skin was cold until his touch. Everything melts away, the entire world ceasing to exist, and only the calming scent of rain fills my senses. Caden brings peace to my soul. Sometimes I think we were one soul split in two. That is why I must do this. For him, for our family, for our pack. The image of Alice is imprinted in my brain. Whenever I close my eyes to escape this morbid reality, my mind conjures images of what will happen if I don't accept his proposal. I see everyone's death, everyone suffering the same fate, and all of them are looking at me, blaming me for being selfish. I have to do this, Caden. Please understand that I'm doing this to protect our family, our pack, to protect you. I cry, wrapping my arms around his waist and clinging onto him for the last time. Amethyst, please don't give in. We can find another way. It's too late. Olivia Aspen. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be lying to everyone. Apparently, I have a knack for deception. But I was avoiding them altogether, every single time they invite me over. And I always decline because the best way to lie to them is by not being around them constantly. As an oracle, there is an aura of mystery attached to the title, therefore none of them can entirely decipher if I'm being honest or not. Since the night I met him, everything has changed. I have changed. The man with pupilless white eyes, it seems to be to mirror the descent into madness. Kier drags you into his personal hell, regardless of whether you want it or not. We certainly don't want it. This mate bond had to be a mistake by the moon goddess. Then again, I was taught that she determines everything by fate and with direct contact to her. I know that somehow we are each other's destiny for a reason, even if we don't know the reason yet. There is something about Kier that keeps drawing me to him. Clearly the feeling is mutual, because despite his acts of pushing me away, we always come back to each other. Like there is a special force pushing us together, forbidding us from running away. After that day, I've plummeted deeper into his hell. I could chalk it down to a hypnotic spell he casted, but that seems unlikely. I'm making excuses for my actions because I don't want to face the truth. I don't want to confront the reality of who I have become with him. Kier is a puzzle. I couldn't decipher a glimpse of what goes on in his twisted mind. Maybe because it felt too chaotic, his mind processed things 1,000,000 miles a minute, and I couldn't understand how anyone could deal with that on a constant basis. None of the founding families knew how intelligent he truly is. They assume his power comes from others, and that his mind isn't just as powerful. They are clouded by his sadistic nature, which is quite terrifying. I've seen him rip people's hearts from their chest and laugh. That's the side people fear, and I don't. He keeps me at arm's length, and I'm not sure why. Kier wants me here, but it's never for a heart-to-heart. I've established that his bloodlust is part of his nature. There isn't any motive behind his actions. He simply craves to kill, to cause havoc wherever he is. But he is also the embodiment of patience. He is a demon who doesn't mind biding his time to make the kill even more satisfying. That's what makes him lethal. The fire crackles, being the only sound among the silence. During the night, you would assume he was off devouring someone's soul, but he's always in his room. Kier is seated in his iconic plush black chair in front of the fire. Darkness eats away at my surroundings, only providing a subtle glow to showcase his face. It's not polite to stare, his honeyed voice states. Who's to say I wasn't waiting for an opportunity to kill you? I deflect, nearing his figure until I'm at his side. It's a thread tying us together, and I can barely muster any strength to fight it. Kier doesn't look at me, continuing to stare into the fire as if it's a beacon to the future. I could tell he was freshly out the shower by his wet, ebony hair, matching sweatpants and a plain white V-neck shirt that clung to all the ridges of his muscles. He rarely wears these, always pristine in formal attire than casual. Both had the power to liquefy my insides. If you wanted to, you would have, he clarifies, and I couldn't deny that it was the truth. As much as I try to deny it, I don't think I could ever kill him. Which makes me weak. I despise being weak and easily influenced by these emotions. But they are intense and suffocating that I couldn't escape it. His room is cold, yet whenever we are together, it's like fire against my skin, overwhelming me. Suddenly sparks begin to emit from my hand as I feel his fingers tug harshly, forcing my body onto his lap. I'm facing the fire, but I feel like I'm burning alive. Electricity emits from his hand secured at my waist. His grip is tight, and surely will bruise like the rest. I can't hear anything besides the rapid beating of my heart. I'm ashamed to admit he evokes these whirlwind of emotions inside of me. This was wrong, like many times before, attempting to focus on the orange and red flames embracing each other. All that concentration is destroyed when I feel his heated breath against my skin. I'm burning, the flames eating me alive. You know what it costs to be here, and yet you continue to make the sacrifice. He whispers. I can almost feel his smile against my skin, the way it makes him happy that I'm betraying everyone for him. His grip on my waist tightens, while the other trails against my back until he secures it around my neck. Kier squeezes, but not hard enough to cut off my oxygen. You will be executed if they knew what you were doing, little oracle, he teases, pulling my bottom lip with his thumb. I can hear the satisfaction in his tone. He loves it. He loves control in every form, and I'm another piece on the chessboard he moves so easily. I think you would love it, I state. His thirst to watch anything die, to watch his control be the cause of someone's demise. His silence is the perfect answer, yet I couldn't find it in myself to be afraid of him. Consequences were one thing, but to fear the monster he truly is was an entirely different thing. Maybe I was immune. Maybe I was too far gone to notice when it stopped. You know me too well, Olivia. I love watching people suffer. I love watching them in agony before begging for death. That is his true nature, and for the life of me, I couldn't understand why the moon goddess thought that giving me a mate, especially him, was a good idea. Almost like a feather against my skin, I feel the soft pillows of his lips against the skin of my neck. You are so eager to die for me, little oracle, so eager to betray everyone you love for me. I don't answer because I couldn't deny the truth. That is exactly what is happening. The light from the fire is slowly fading into the darkness, as I feel my body become lightweight. I know I'm having another vision as my surroundings suddenly morph into the backyard of Alice and Lion's house. Everyone is making a toast with champagne flutes, smiles so bright that I'm instantly jealous I couldn't be a part of it. That happiness is fleeting when I see Alice drop to the ground, clutching her stomach and crying out in pain before vomiting blood. No one knows what's happening. Lion is trying to help her, but it seems futile. During this disaster, a man appears, someone I have seen before. Platinum blonde hair and sinister chocolate brown eyes, he grins at the pain of Alice and diverts his attention to Amethyst. That's when I figure out who he is. Her mate from the Stone Heart Pack, the one who rejected and abused her. His words cause my body to freeze, every muscle locking as he blackmails Amethyst into marriage. Mason poisoned everyone at dinner, ensuring that they die tomorrow night if she doesn't accept the proposal. Alice could lose her baby any moment. All of them will die if she rejects. But she doesn't. I see the helplessness in her purple eyes. The armor of steel continues to stand strong, everything an alpha should be, and she is the embodiment of it because she takes his proposal, agreeing to marriage, agreeing to be his mate for life, and all to save the people she loves, the pack she loves. Everything begins to drown in darkness, until I blink and I'm face to face with those beautiful, haunting white eyes. They were staring into my soul. He didn't say a word, but he knew I had a vision. I need to speak to Kaizen, I state, reluctantly leaving his lap. Kier rests his head against the cushion of the chair, closing his eyes and not asking me any further questions. He is somewhere around here, Kier answers vaguely. Kaizen never stays in one place when he is here, so it's going to be difficult to find him. He is the only one that could save my alpha from this destruction. I need to convince him to help her, because if he doesn't, then Blood Moon Pack will burn to the ground. Convincing Kaizen to help Amethyst was the least I could do, since I'm a traitor after all. Amethyst Phoenix. Alice was in critical condition. The chances of her survival was rapidly decreasing. The poison was spreading fast through her body. Alice's immune system was weak due to her baby, and now she could possibly die within 3 hours. While everyone had less than 24 hours now, I couldn't wait that long for her. Therefore, I had to bargain with the devil. You know I will do it. At least give Alice the cure. I was desperate, willing to go on my knees and beg for it. Mason smiled at my desperation, slipping his hand into his pants pocket and pulling out a small bottle filled with a cherry-colored liquid. It couldn't be more than 5 tablespoons, barely enough to drink. He tosses it carelessly. If it wasn't for my fast reflexes, I would have dropped it. I'm not a monster, Amethyst. He chuckles. Mason's silvery voice was a way of concealing his true nature. Anyone would be swayed by his charm, but I knew better. Studying the almost translucent liquid, I raise a questionable brow at him. How do I know this isn't fake? I'm a man of my word, he smirks, which only showcased that he is not trustworthy in the slightest. The cure is enough for one person. Any less won't save them. So if you was thinking of dispersing it among your friends, it won't work and Alice will die because of you stupidity. I wasn't going to risk everyone's lives and I wasn't stupid enough to chance saving Alice. Mason turns around, raising his hand in the air. The wedding commences in 2 hours. Ensure that your whole pack attends. He instructs and disappears. I ask Sage to deliver the cure to Alice once Mason left. I couldn't be the one to give it to them because my presence would only further agitate Lion and Alice didn't need the added stress. I was avoiding facing her. Everything is my fault, and I could only hope that this will work, that she won't lose her baby because of me. 2 hours later, countless voices floated through my mind as I summoned everyone to the field we used for special occasions that required everyone's attendance. It was deeper into our land, within the forest, and thousands gathered from Blood Moon Pack for the impromptu wedding. The altar had a decadent white and red rose arch, and yet none of it was a real wedding. The only thing that resembled a wedding was the arch and the aisle I was about to walk on. Mason demanded that I wear the lace wedding gown he provided. It clung to my skin and trailed down into a mermaid fit. My hair was styled into a rose bun, with curls framing my face, and the off-shoulder gown highlighted my collarbone and neck, which is what Mason wanted. He ensured the perfect deception to my pack. With my heart beating erratically in my chest, I descended the white aisle with a bouquet of white roses in my hand. My hands clung onto it, sweat pooling at my palms. Music began to play, and everything was becoming too real. I am going to marry Mason, and he is going to destroy everything of Blood Moon Pack. This was truly the wedding from hell. My emotions were spiraling out of control, the pounding in my head only intensifying as I pick up all the hushed whispers around me. Blood Moon Pack had no idea that I was doing this for them, to ensure that once midnight comes, they won't die. Mason stood at the end of the altar, pristine in his charcoal suit with blonde hair sleeked back and a black tie secured around his neck. He embodied the doting groom with love in his eyes, while I knew that was all for show. To sell this marriage, he had to put on his best act. His smile was charming that it made it easy to hypnotize everyone around him. His entire character was the embodiment of evil. He could almost reach the level of Kier. I knew that Kier had to be the one pulling the strings, and that Mason was his mere puppet. After all, Kier was succeeding in destroying me without getting any blood on his hands. The most tragic moment was locking eyes with Caden, and he couldn't skip it since he is my beta. His presence was mandatory. I desperately wanted to scream. My hands began to shake and the ball in my stomach dropped. Caden stood at my side of the altar, while Mason had his beta Derek officiate the wedding. It was evident by his posture that Caden was in a wreckage of emotions. I couldn't even feel his wolf due to the poison he ingested. Our mind link was temporarily severed. We couldn't read each other's emotions, figure out what the other was thinking in this moment. He stood with the embodiment of a demon, magnificent yet emitted this intense aura that screamed death. The midnight waves cascaded upon his forehead, casting a menacing shadow upon his eyes, which made him unreadable. There was something dark lurking in his eyes, something that made my spine shiver in fear. I've never seen Caden this calm and yet fueling with anger. My eyes couldn't leave Caden's figure. Every step was like the ground shook beneath me. Once I reached the altar, Mason extended his hand for me. Reluctantly, I took it and almost immediately he squeezed with the purpose of breaking it. All I could do was put on my best fake smile. "Shall we start?" Derek questioned. Mason raised his brow playfully, challenging me before answering yes. Derek nodded and made the announcement. We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of Alpha Mason Price of the Stoneheart Pack and Alpha Amethyst Phoenix of the Blood Moon Pack. On cue, everyone gasped. It was known that we didn't have any ties with the Stoneheart Pack, and while none of them knew my history with Mason, he certainly cultivated the reputation of a cruel alpha who abused his pack. This can't be possible. Alpha never mentioned seeing anyone, let alone the alpha of the Stoneheart Pack. I thought Alpha would end up with Beta Caden, a little girl whispered. The statement played on a loop, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. Caden is the only one I have ever loved. There will never be another. Mason began to grind his teeth, taking a hold of my waist and squeezing to the point that I knew it would bruise. The sinister smile on his lips showcased his pearly white fangs. He was beyond infuriated by my distorted mind. It was evident that my pack knew he wasn't right for them, and for me. He couldn't gain their respect, because they hated him, and so did I. Mason demanded silence, and I wasn't going to let him assume I was weak like when he rejected me. I crushed his hand easily, and the only evidence that he felt pain was the twitch in his left eye. Derek coughed, drawing us out of this silent battle. All the whispers surrounding us began to die out. As I was saying, this is a union that is formed by love and will unite both packs. Lies. I hated lying to my pack. It was enough that I had to keep the founding families a secret from them, and now they don't know the true motives behind this wedding. Weddings between werewolves may appear like a traditional human one. The difference is that before the exchanging of rings, we have to mark each other. No one knew of my mark on Caden. Therefore, I couldn't determine what the consequences would be. Since we haven't fully completed the bond, I assume the mark will fade without any repercussions. But Caden is my fated, which was stronger than a trivial mate bond with Mason. Everything became a blur until Derek announced, "And now the marking shall begin. Alpha Mason, please mark Alpha Amethyst." Mason tugs me into his body. I felt the bile rise in my throat. If it wasn't for the bouquet between us, our bodies would have been molded together. His head dips into the croak of my neck. Now, you will be mine forever. His fangs elongate, scrapping against my neck. I feel disgusted by his touch. His mere presence makes me want to shed my skin. I couldn't fight this fate. All I could do was close my eyes and wait for it to be over. Only, I feel my body being pulled away from him. The bouquet falls to the ground as an arm encircles my waist, while the other exposes my neck. Everything becomes white noise as I feel a pair of fangs sink into me. The fire within me suddenly explodes. The pain lasts for a second, almost unbearable, as I feel my soul being torn from my body. Suddenly, it's replaced with pleasure as my soul combines with his. Liquid euphoria coursing through my veins. When I open my eyes, everything is a blur until I see Mason physically turning red with rage. "What?" I mumble, incoherent to what transpired. Twisting in the arms encasing me, I'm faced with Caden's intense sapphires that are glowing. That wasn't what caught my attention. It was the trickle of blood coating his lips. "I couldn't let him have you. You are mine for eternity, little Phoenix," Caden declares. K-I-L-L-T-H-E-M-A-L-L. Mason roars. Amethyst Phoenix. Caden marked me. Everything felt like a blur, my mind in a state of bliss. I couldn't comprehend anything besides the binding of our souls. It felt otherworldly, a euphoric state of finally being whole. Fire spreading through my blood, initiating sparks with every touch. This couldn't be true, except when my fingers graced the spot that emitted a mixture of pain and pleasure. I felt the tender skin and heated liquid mingled between my fingers. It was true, the blood proved it. Turning in my grasp, I felt those sapphires sink into my soul and overwhelm me with happiness. For the first time, it became a constant loop. I couldn't feel his emotions as the poison was dampening the connection. However, it was an explosion of sparks and colors blinding my vision. I whimpered, Caden feeling lightheaded as I rest my head against his chest. There is an aching need to sink into him, everything ceasing to exist if not for him. Killthemal. A vengeful voice roared. That's when my happiness began to shrivel. The mass of blonde hair in disarray with wild chocolate-brown eyes spitting at me. Ice dampened my heated skin as I studied the murderous look in his eyes, the way his pack members dipped into action and the screams of terror emitting from my pack. Mason, no, I beg, my eyes beginning to burn. The arm encircling my waist only tightened as I tried to escape his grasp. Caden marked me and sealed the fate of Blood Moon Pack. Twisting in his arms, I couldn't pinpoint what I was feeling. I couldn't enjoy Caden's mark because it came at a price, like everything else in my life. Why? Everyone is going to die because of me. I sobbed in agony, breaking both our hearts. Caden's touch elicited electricity, ensuring that I become addicted to him, in every sense. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop it. The guilt was eating him alive because Caden loved Blood Moon Pack. He was their alpha and guided them during the tragedy of my parents' death. For him to succumb to his emotions, no one knew the pain more than me. Diverting my attention back to Mason. Please, it will fade. I lie, already knowing that a mark between fated mates would never fade. Once the fated bond is complete, it shall never be undone. That was the curse. We are condemned to watch one die for the other. Therefore, I knew that Mason's mark wouldn't fully merge with my soul because I was Caden's in every sense, mind, body, and soul. Resorting to deception seemed futile after Mason began to laugh. Oh, you think I don't know about that stupid fated bond between you two? How did he know? No one knew of fated mates besides the founding families. However, Kier and Kyson did, and if they were pulling the strings on Mason, then they would have explained every piece of history to ensure my demise. You knew that Caden was my fated? I hissed, clenching my teeth in order to restrain the bubbling anger flaring within my chest. Mason scoffs. Of course I knew, as if any secrets that I kept under lock and key shall unravel from his fingertips. Since you didn't have his mark, it was the perfect opportunity to make you mine. But now that you have completed the bond, you can never be mine. Therefore, I will take everything from you. How did you know I marked him? I questioned. Caden always kept the mark hidden. Mason raised a menacing brow. I know everything. His eyes widened to showcase the insanity as he raises his fist into the air. Time began to move painfully slow, dread seeping into my bones as I anticipated his next move. With a sinister smile on his lips, Mason unclenched his fist. For a moment, I couldn't read his cryptic move until the screams of my pack tore into my eardrums. When I face the crowd, cherry-colored smoke starts to form a cloud around them. Every single one disappearing into the fog until I couldn't see anyone. It had no scent, or maybe it nullified my senses. The smoke was thickening, but I could still hear the screams grating against my skin, the cries of helplessness echoing through the forest. What did you do? I'm ready to dive headfirst into the unknown, but the arm around my waist suddenly tightens. Caden holds me back with strength I've never seen before, almost like he was losing control like I was. Let me go, I command, but he doesn't listen. I sped up the process. You didn't think I wouldn't have backup plan. I'm prepared to kill Blood Moon Pack along with you, Amethyst Phoenix. Mason insisted, extending his arms towards the wreckage and displaying the monster he truly is. I lacked the knowledge to stop this. I didn't know what to do, My mind became a blank canvas, as if I short-circuited in the midst of all these emotions. The screams only grew louder. My pack was dying in front of me, and I'm unable to save them. Knowledge evaded me. Nothing would work because I lacked the appropriate power. What benefit would fire be now? It would only cause more harm. Caden, we need to. I don't even finish my sentence because those beautiful ocean eyes roll to the back of his head, and his body collapses onto the ground. My entire world shatters, my knees giving in as I drop beside him. Caden's claws at his chest, mouth parting as he couldn't breathe. Kadenwhat's Happening? I sob, unable to piece together what was transpiring. His eyes shift into the darkness, bleeding until there isn't any space left. The blood leaks from his eyes and his nose. He roars in pain, veins bulging from his forehead to his neck. A sharp ringing filled my ears. I think I have truly broken as everything plays out in slow motion. Shifting my gaze between Caden and my pack. They were all dying, and I couldn't do anything. They were begging for me, and I had no clue how I could save them. I've never felt so completely helpless as an alpha and as Amethyst Phoenix. Goosebumps pebble my skin, pins and needles forming in my body as I break. I scream so loud that my eardrums burst, my throat hurts and possibly bleeds from the intensity. This was a scream of agony, of helplessness. Mason's laughter only making the harsh reality even more unbearable as he relishes in my pain. Yes. WATCHEVERYONEYOULOVEDIE. He roars in victory. We were all going to die. There would be nothing left of us. Haec nubes mortis gustabit antidotum ad vitam. A familiar voice exclaimed in Latin tongue. This cloud of death shall taste like the antidote to life. The cherry-colored smoke started to change color, morphing into a blue cotton candy clouds until slowly evaporating. I couldn't believe my eyes. The voice sounded too familiar, and there was only one person who spoke in Latin tongue. Kyson was in front of me, his signature black bandana secured in place to conceal his face. White hair seeming like a beacon of hope, pools of midnight skies in his eyes as they connect with mine. However, what I didn't expect was to see Olivia for the first time since forever, and she was at his side. Kyson raised his palm into the air, focused on Mason, whose eyes widened in fear. Bibe peccataque comicisti, Kyson exclaimed, cracking his index finger. Drink the sins you have committed. Distorted sounds escaped Mason's lips as I watch black vines course through his blood at a rapid pace. They gather at his face, fear etched in his eyes as they roll back and his body thuds to the ground. I didn't notice Kyson drop to his knees next to me. You betrayed us. He chooses not to answer, and this certainly wasn't the time. Kyson studied Caden, while I took in everyone once the smoke began to clear. They were perfectly fine, except for dried blood coating their lips. None of them had blood in places Caden did. Everyone was conscious, embracing one another, while the only one who wouldn't wake up was Caden. Why isn't he waking up? Kyson's brows furry in confusion. The antidote was dispersed through the smoke. It should have healed him by now. He answered through the mind link. His eyes drifted between Caden and then focused on me. Specifically, the mark on my neck. Did you guys complete the bond? I swallow, dread pooling in my stomach. Yes. More confusion plagued his features. This shouldn't be happening. Is he going to die? Kyson's eyes lock with mine, the hope in my heart withering away as he says, I don't know. Amethyst Phoenix. Caden has been unconscious for 4 hours. He wasn't responding to any of the tests that the pack doctor initiated. In the end, the pack doctor Melinda couldn't determine what was happening to Caden, nor could Kyson perform any other spell without the proper diagnosis. There wasn't anything they could do, and I was completely useless. This entire day has been horrifying. One problem traded for another. Had it not been for Kaisen, there would have been more bodies in the hospital, and that would be the end of Blood Moon Pack. While one problem was solved, another arose. This time it was an unknown battle with my mate. I begged Kaisen to heal everyone that was poisoned in the beginning and check on Alice. However, he didn't put any resistance and silently agreed of his own volition. He didn't ask for an incentive. Kaisen simply did it without saying a word. The lines blurred, while Kaisen is labeled as the enemy to the founding families. He was the only one to help me in my time of need. Everything became scrambled in my brain, emotions swirling within me at rapid speed. There wasn't any time to process because all I could think about was Kaden. For an hour, Kaisen stayed at my side and attempted to decipher what was going on with Kaden until he left to check on Alice and her baby. The last update from Sage stated that she was still sedated, even after the cure Mason provided. Only our ED members knew of Kaisen's curse. Therefore, there wouldn't be any hostility, but they didn't know the extent of his power. The monitor beeped at a steady pace, bringing forth the reality that Kaden was breathing, but he wasn't alive. I didn't change, still in the torn wedding dress stained with dirt and blood. There was no chance that I would leave his side, even in his current state. I wasn't sure if Kaden was aware I was here, or if he could comprehend anything. Anytime I attempted to reach through our bond, it always felt like I was sinking into a void without his soul. Each time felt more terrifying than the last. It dampened the hope, and right now, I couldn't afford that. Once Kaisen left, Olivia remained at my side. She was behind me. I was aware, and the silence wrapped around us. Back then, I couldn't determine why she had been with Kaisen when she never met him. Olivia disappeared so frequently that none of us barely saw her in these couple months, after our initial return from the mansion with the founding families. Turns out her odd behavior was justified. The truth lit brightly under the hospital lights. "You've been lying to us, haven't you?" "Yes," Olivia answers. Well, at least she is honest. I couldn't look at her. It would only make the betrayal cut deeper. "The times you avoided us, always giving the excuses that you were doing Oracle business at other packs you were with him?" Kaisen left to join Kier, and with her return, I could only put the puzzle pieces together. "Yes," she confirms. The betrayal seeped into my bones, mingling with the white-hot anger flashing before my eyes. If I focused on that, then I didn't have to feel the despair and helplessness of watching Kaden in this unresponsive state. Suddenly, Olivia confesses something I never saw coming. Kier is my mate. I exhale. Everyone knows that oracles don't have mates, and had I been any regular wolf, I would think that Olivia was lying. But the existence of founding families who inhabit the ability to have visions, along with magical powers. Anything is possible, even a mate for an oracle. I desperately wanted to be happy for her, that she wouldn't spend the rest of her life alone, but I couldn't find it in myself to forgive her. She might have brought Kaisen here, but that didn't mean she didn't betray her pack by joining Kier. "Get out, Alpha, you don't." Her excuses fall on deaf ears. "Stop. I can't deal with this right now." She exhales in defeat before her steps reach the door. "I'm sorry, Amethyst." Olivia closes the door behind her, and I'm left to wallow in my sadness. I can't reach Kaden and our bond feels stunted, like I'm grasping onto emptiness. I feel broken and filled with anguish. My throat was sore from all the screaming that it hurt to speak. "Don't leave me, Kaden. I can't live without you." Intertwining my fingers with his. Usually I would be met with sparks and warmth, but he felt cold. That didn't reassure me in the slightest. It did the complete opposite and plagued my mind with negativity. I couldn't lose him. There was no way I could exist without him. Kaden was the first person to acknowledge me and give me strength. He made me strong. He gave me a life when I never had one. Losing him would be like losing myself. The door opened softly, and I recognize the sweet coconut and coffee scent. She places her hand on my shoulder, providing a source of comfort as one of my best friends. "He will be okay, Amethyst." Those words feel like lies, another form of deception simply to save my sanity. He has to be, because I don't know what will happen if Caden doesn't wake up. "I know this isn't the right time, but you need to go to Alice," Sage informs. I swivel to take in the solemn shadow upon her. "Did something happen? Is she okay?" Sage attempts to smile. "Just go see her. I'll stay with Caden until you return." I didn't want to leave him, but with the gloomy cloud surrounding Sage, something was urging me to go to Alice. Nodding in agreement, I leave the room and head towards Alice's room in the hospital. No one was outside, and I assumed that Kyson was healing them after checking Alice. Rapping my knuckles lightly against the door in order to avoid imposing on their privacy. After a few minutes, Lion opened the door. His muscular build made his frame touch the doorway. I could see the outline of Alice as she shifts to face the window. However, Lion quickly blocks my view of her. Shifting my attention back to him, there is something dreary in his eyes. "How is Alice?" An invisible force began to choke me. He doesn't answer and instead closes the door behind him. Fists clenched at his sides. Lion for the first time lowers his head with a shadow casted upon his eyes. My heart thumps painfully in my chest, time slowing as Lion parts his lips. "We lost the baby." Goosebumps break out upon my skin, nausea and despair crawling from my chest into my throat. This couldn't be happening. I ensured that she got the cure first. Kyson even said that he would check on her, that he would be able to help. But Kyson, there was nothing he could do. Alice lost too much blood. "This is all my fault. I need to see her." I have to apologize to Alice, but Lion blocks my path. And for the first time, I see a side of him I never have. Lion has always been unapproachable, but this was different. His ink-stained eyes was consumed with resentment and hatred that it made my body shiver in fear. "This is all your fault," he hissed. "Lion, I trail, swallowing at the realization that I didn't have any excuse to give. "It's all because of you. If it wasn't for your mate, then Alice would still be carrying our pup." His voice thundered, making me jump at the endless pain he was going through. This was the first time that Lion has ever expressed this many emotions, this many words, and they were all directed at me. "You are the cause of everyone's demise, and now because of you, Caden might die." I lost every ounce of control over my body, feeling a tear fall upon my cheeks as I shatter. Lion spoke the truth, and it suffocated me, a stabbing pain shooting through my chest. I am the reason that everything is happening now. I brought this seed of despair into our lives. I wish you would have died, then none of this would be happening. Those are Lion's last words before he closes the door at my face. The hallway is spiraling as my body turns cold, unable to decipher what is happening. I feel my heart rupture and the pain threatens to destroy me from the inside. I run. That is the only thing I can do. I leave the hospital and sprint into the depths of the forest. I'm not fit to call myself an alpha, especially when everyone pays for my mistakes. It doesn't even register how deep I am into the forest. All that surrounds me is darkness. Suddenly, I trip over a stone and my body meets the damp soil. I'm tainted. I couldn't save anyone, and even in this moment I see how truly pathetic I am. The only sacrifice that I had to make was marrying Mason, and that didn't happen. If it wasn't for Kyson, then Blood Moonpack would have died today. I never save anyone. I've never been the one to make a sacrifice. What was the point of all this power if I couldn't save anyone? Lion was right. Everyone always pays for my past, and I'm left unscathed. I'm left alive while people around me suffer. Alice lost her baby, and Caden might never wake up. All because of me. The invisible choker around my neck began to tighten, suffocating me and depriving me of oxygen. I couldn't see anything, only feeling the throbbing ache in my head as I continued to cry. I thought I was strong, that I was really worthy of being an alpha, but I am weak. I choke on my tears, feeling the pain radiate through my body until everything became too much. This pain brought me physical pain, like someone tearing into my chest. That's when I look down, the white lace dress coated with blood as my left hand plunges into my chest. There is no control over my body, but I can't find it in myself to stop. Footsteps can be heard in the distance, or maybe that was imagination. The only thing playing on my mind, an endless loop of how I should have died that night. Darkness swallows me whole as I wrap my hand around my heart. It doesn't hurt as much as the emotional pain of knowing I'm the reason for everyone's suffering. He's right. I should be the one to die. I whisper my final words. Caden Throne. My mind has never been this clear. What was happening? My body feels lightweight, like I'm floating in a vast ocean. It is the epitome of serenity, everything but gentle waves flowing through my body. When I open my eyes, my vision is distorted by water, and yet I see a beacon of light at the top. I'm too far away to reach it, but I don't want to at the same time. I want to stay here, in this ocean. I'm sinking deeper into the abyss, the light growing dimmer and away from my grasp. Something is dragging me deeper. I gasp for air and water continues to fill my lungs until they burn from the intensity. With one last exhale, I find that I can breathe amidst the ocean. What was I doing here? Is this death? That would explain the tranquility. Emotions evade me, but I couldn't shake this feeling, like I was lost. There doesn't seem to be an end, but I can't remember if there was even a beginning. I'm falling into a black hole without any sense of time or who I am. The soul within me feels hollow, a missing piece that I couldn't quite explain. I don't register as my body stops, and my feet settle upon an invisible force. Staring down, I see the pits of darkness beneath my feet, and when I lift my head, the sensation of life is held in the light above. Studying my surroundings, it's an empty pool of nothing. Is this what emptiness feels like? And in between, suddenly, darkness cultivates in front of me, and once I blink, I see a mirror of myself, each detail from the ink on my skin to the strands cascading upon my forehead. We were dressed in black, from head to toe, and the only thing that could distinguish us apart from one another were the eyes, consumed by darkness, with yellow pupils that felt familiar. We didn't move, continuing to stare at each other with a sense of recognition I couldn't place. In my mind, a 360 view was playing out, yet I didn't move a muscle. Arching my neck to the side, he remained unmoving. However, when I reached out towards his figure, he reciprocated the action, but an invisible force stopped us. We couldn't touch each other, resembling a two-way mirror. "I'm going to tell you a story, Caden," he said, lips parted but the sound emitted from all angles throughout the vast ocean. His voice was pleasant like honey. I found it soothing. "Who are you?" He smiles sinisterly, raising his brow playfully. "We spent all our lives together and you don't know who I am?" Despite the water, it feels clear when we are speaking. He lets out an exasperated breath, as if not knowing my name was unbeknownst to him. "Well, it can't be helped since this is your first time here." I don't think he understands that I have no memory, that his entire essence felt familiar. But I couldn't decipher the truth. A cloud forming in my mind, making it difficult to register anything before I came into this abyss. Axel, the name slips off my tongue, without any serious thought. The stranger gives me a gentle smile, an entirely different contrast to his appearance. Seems subconsciously, "You do remember me. But who is Axel?" "I'm a part of you. But you aren't used to being here. Therefore, your memories will be blocked during your time in this world," Axel concludes. But it's the ocean. How can it be a world? Axel grins. Everyone has a world built within their soul. Yours just happens to seek serenity, and the ocean is a replica of your true nature. You are a gentle soul, despite your need for control. He adds with a chuckle. For some odd reason, I couldn't grasp what my personality was. It feels like I'm not even a person, just a physical entity drifting in the waves. Axel takes a seat upon the invisible floor, prepping his knee up with his hand extended across. I don't register that my body copies the movement, but I take in that we are surrounded by both universes, a line of light and dark at various ends. He arches his neck, looking above us to the light, while I stare beneath into the dark. Honestly, you aren't supposed to be here. Why not? I ask. No one is allowed to touch their soul. It seems that after you completed the bond, the activation process initiated, and everything began to unravel. His words felt incomprehensive, like something foreign was escaping his lips. What are you talking about? Axel laughs, completely amused by my lack of awareness. But I couldn't help but take in how peaceful he looks, staring at the light with something gentle in his haunting eyes. You won't remember anything now. It's best that I do the talking. That seemed like the best option in this scenario. Your parents had contingency plans in place, in case of their death, he voices, that haunting look in his eyes morphing with grief and sadness pooling in his yellow orbs. Their magic was dangerous. My brows furrowed in confusion. Magic? Axel shifts his attention towards me, a smile of happiness and pride taking over his features. Yes, while the founding families each have extraordinary powers, I think ours is the best. What was he talking about? Who were these families? My brain felt like it was going to explode with this overload of foreign information. What is our power? I ask, hoping that the answer will help me piece together these scattered puzzles. Imitation. Taking in my confused features, the missing puzzle pieces in my mind, Axel decides to explain. Your parents held the #1 spot in the founding family's hierarchy, before the Phoenix family, but they knew better than anyone the dangers that came with the power of imitation. Therefore, they had a contingency plan in place if they died, to ensure that you lived without that kind of target on your back. You don't remember this, but before your mother could die, she used every ounce of her stored magic to save you. Stored magic? It's when users with magic abilities store a portion of their power over years, specifically using them for life or death situations. Axel explains. Axel continues with the story. She used her stored magic and casted a spell that erased the existence of your true heritage. Wouldn't that require a lot of magic to erase an entire existence off the earth? I inquired. He shrugs, a smirk on his lips. The power of imitation when used correctly is quite powerful. Shaking my head, shouldn't I have some recollection of this? Axel shakes his head, with imitation magic. You can copy any magic that you encounter. Your mom met someone powerful with the ability to erase. One touch is all it takes to copy the power, but with magic that is life-changing. You can only do it once. She chose to save you instead of saving the already fallen bronze pack. Your mother stored that magic and used it so that you didn't suffer the same fate in the future. Silence encompasses the atmosphere. All this information seems otherworldly. However, something tells me that I shouldn't dismiss the idea that he is telling the truth. What is your name? Axel questions. Through the haziness, I know at least that piece, Caden Throne. Axel shakes his head once again. Wrong. Your name is Caden Thornton. I find it completely astonishing that no one would piece together how similar they sound. Wouldn't people have figured out who I was? Your mother erased the Thornton family from existence. There is no trace of the Thornton lineage throughout history. He lets out an exhausted breath, the truth weighing him down as he continues somberly. No one can vouch for the Thornton family. It's truly like they never existed. I recognized the pain in his voice. It somehow made my heart squeeze with the exact emotion. How can I believe you? How do I know this isn't a lie? Axel opens his palm, and a burst of orange and red flames morph in this hand. Somehow, the fire is still alive under the water. Not only is the flame strong, pulsating in his palm with heat, but with the snap of his fingers they disappear. Then I study the blue static between his fingers. They almost resemble lightning. You see, that is your power, he declares, and when I look down, I see the lightning imitating what he displayed. You are the jack of all trades and master of none. While every family has a definitive power, you have them all. While the power of imitation sounded ridiculous, Axel made it sound extraordinary, like something people would die for. Is that why my parents were killed? Axel nods. There are 5 founding families. And the Thornton family is the 6th? I ask. For the first time, I see black flames eat at his figure. Something murderous taking over his features. Raw instinct to kill engraved in his blood as he mulls over the question. No, there has always been 5 founding families, he states. If there has always been 5, how do you explain me? The water suddenly turns cold, making my body shiver, but something akin to fear shoots up my spine. There was something ominous in the atmosphere between me and Axel. I only figured out the reason why when his words shifted the nature of the ocean. There is a traitor among the founding families. Someone took the space of the Thornton family, and I think it's the same person that killed your parents. Caden Thornton, you have imitation magic. There is a traitor among the founding families. They might be the one that killed your parents. I gasp. When I open my eyes, I'm immediately blinded by the intensity of the beige light above me. Attempting to shield my eyes from the force, I begin to slowly adjust my vision and take in my surroundings. It seems I'm in the hospital, but the eerie silence bothers me the most. There is too many things flooding my mind, causing a splitting headache to emerge. Sifting through my mind, through the last memories. I'm getting flashes of marking Amethyst, losing control, and then a stabbing pain initiating in my chest afterwards. Everything is still distorted, the image of Kaisen next to Amethyst in front of me. That's when I spiral, thrusted into the ocean with an exact replica of myself. Only with yellow eyes. Every muscle clenches. I'm unable to move as the puzzle pieces fit together. My body begins to vibrate as Axel's words register. With a much clearer head, everything makes sense. Which means that my true heritage has been a part of the founding families, that my mother erased the Thornton existence to ensure that I don't suffer the same fate they did. Everything clicked, explaining how sometimes my memory became warped for certain aspects of my childhood. I look at my palm, the image of conjuring the lightning from Jasmine and the fire from Amethyst. Was it real? Did I possess this imitation magic that was more lethal than any of the founding family's powers? According to the Alpha's journals, only 5 founding families are gifted with extraordinary power, and if I possess one, that means among the 5, there is a traitor. The same person who killed my parents has taken the Thornton seat and has deceived everyone for many years. Amethyst and Jasmine have been the only ones to showcase their power so far, which left the remaining 3 who haven't. Among those 3 is the imposter, the one who killed my parents. They went through great lengths to keep their position, which means getting them to showcase their power will be difficult. The beeping on the monitor was becoming distracting, yanking the needles in my arms that left a slight pinch with droplets of blood cascading upon the sheets. I was still dressed in my slacks with the sleeves on my shirt rolled to my elbows. "Took you long enough," Axel's voice scolded as I stood from the bed. Really, he has the audacity after withholding valuable pieces of information from me. Says the one who has kept secrets from me for years. I snap playfully. Guilt seems through our bond, but Axel simply huffs in exasperation. As I said, erasing an entire family from existence means that even I had my memories wiped. However, the bond seemed to activate your powers, which opened the door to your hidden memories. Everything is still foggy, especially my bond with Axel. I attempted to reach Amethyst, however, I couldn't quite grasp that far into our bond. Chalking it down to the side effects of the poison, I decide that it would be best to find her amidst the chaos she is surely facing. Once I reach the door, I notice that it is slightly ajar. Hushed whispers carry through the end of the hallway as I lean against the wall and analyze the way everyone is hurtled together. A cloud of darkness is casted upon them, something akin to sadness, despair, and panic in their features, and noted in their voices. What are we going to do? Callan stresses, vigorously running his fingers through his midnight curls. There are too many things going on at once. Alice and Lion lost their baby. Caden is still unconscious, and we don't know if he will wake up. Blaze agonizes, massaging his temples with the entire world on his shoulders. And now the Alpha is missing. Madison gulps, her body shaking from fear of the unknown. My body runs cold, all the blood draining from my face as I register his words. Amethyst is missing. Was it possible that the lack of connection between us, the stagnant bond, was due to the reason she was deemed missing? Usually, I could grasp a sliver of her emotions through the bond, but the more I concentrate on establishing the thread, the more I am blocked in my path. A physical wall between us, purposely cutting off any source of connection. My feet move before my mind does, marching over to the crowd. They gasp in shock. Clearly my condition had been worse than I thought. Sage's eyes widen, along with everyone else. Caden. There was only one reason I joined them. When was the last time you saw her? Everyone instantly knows who I am talking about. Lips pursed together, and teeth grinding among the silence as Blaze answers, 5 hours ago. No one can figure out where she is or reach her through the mind link. The situation has shifted from bad to worse. One thing with Amethyst, you can count on her as an alpha and warrior. Therefore, I knew she wouldn't willingly abandon Blood Moon, especially in a time of need. Something in my gut twisted, telling me that Amethyst was in danger. Closing my eyes, I focused through all the various scents around me. It was easy to determine her scent, being as it is one that brings me inner peace. My feet move on their own accord, following the trail of roses with a hint of lavender. A chill catches my skin as I notice that her scent leads into the forest. Her trail leads into there, pointing into the darkness. Amethyst's dominant scent of roses is rather intense, heavily focused ahead of me. Each step builds dread in my stomach. The further I go, the more I start to choke on the cold air. It's mingled with grief and shame. Suddenly, roses and lavender spiral into a fierce intensity that I choke. A massive collision with the taste of something metallic. Someone flashes a light behind me, which only makes me notice that Kyson and Olivia have joined the crowd. This one spot resonates the most of Amethyst. Madison, shine it over here. I instruct. Crouching down, I run my fingers through the dirt, but instead of something grainy touching my skin, it's something hot and wet. Madison brings the light upon me. That's when I take in the blood on my hands. That wasn't the only thing beneath me was a puddle of blood. Bringing the liquid to my nose, my eyes widen as I take note that this is indeed Amethyst's blood. The problem is, once I step out of the puddle, the trail runs cold. There isn't a trace of Amethyst past this point. It's like she disappeared into the air. I'm behaving irrational, unable to control my emotions as the shooting pain emits from my chest, red blinding my vision with something that makes me feral. With this huge wall between us, I couldn't determine if she was dead or alive. Is Mason alive? I ask, specifically Kyson, as I stare into the abyss of darkness that might have swallowed Amethyst. Yes, we have him kept in the cell, Blaze answers. Mason will have information. Maybe something that will help me determine who took Amethyst or where she is. Once we reach the dungeon, everyone besides Olivia and Kyson follow me. I have many questions for them, especially Olivia, because I doubt they ran into each other by chance when they have never met. However, that was the least of my priority. Finding Amethyst alive is number one. Tristan steps aside from the door as I scan my finger on the pad. The lock unwinds. Our dungeon has state-of-the-art technology, but that didn't make it any less torturous. Once the door opens, you two stay here. The door closes behind me. I had to interrogate him alone. I didn't trust Kyson or Olivia to interfere with the plan. A mass of caked blood and dirt collected in his blonde hair, his head tilted down. Taking in his appearance, black vines beneath his skin begin to pulse and move like liquid poison. A tired laugh escapes his lips. I was waiting for you, although I thought she would come first. Mason was chained to the floor, arms bound behind him as he leans against the wall. Once he lifts his head, I notice the exhaustion on his features. Brown eyes still filled with malice, but the energy is being drained from him because a number of black vines gather at all his vital points. He looks like he is dying, one that is rather painful. I'm proved right when he coughs and blood escapes his lips. I see you are dying. I marvel. Such a tragedy, he remarks sarcastically. The possibility that he wouldn't last till tomorrow crosses my mind. Those black vines beating like they were a parasite flowing in his blood. But I didn't care if he died. I needed information in order to find Amethyst. My hand wraps around his throat, the urge to kill him almost overwhelming me. With great restraint, I feel his pulse increase under my thumb. Who helped you with the poison? Mason gasps for air, and I release slightly to hear him talk. Why would I tell you anything? Squeezing rather tightly around his neck, I watch him choke as I grit. I'll let you live if you answer my questions. Mason's brow lifts skeptically, giving him room to speak. Fine. Who was helping you take down Amethyst and Blood Moon Pack? I question. He smirks. Cure 0. The utter satisfaction in his eyes. The gleeful smile. Something was off. There is something you aren't telling me. You are smart, after all. Mason smiles. Yes, indeed there is. Who else? He quirks his brow, laughing with his entire chest. I'm surprised you special lot haven't figured it out yet. That one of you is a liar. One of us is a traitor. I conclude because the truth was there all along. Plus. But you won't ever catch them, Mason declares. I don't care for them now. I want to know where Amethyst is. I sneered. Mason shrugs, a chuckle escaping his lips as he spits. Maybe they took her. Maybe they killed her, who knows? That arrogant smirk on his face only brought forth the rage festering within my heart. I could hear the rapid beating in my ears as everything became distorted. Everything was Mason's fault. He made Alice and Lion lose their baby. He almost killed Blood Moon Pack. And now he is the reason Amethyst is missing. The fire emits from my pores, orange and red hues lighting the darkness. They all gather into one direction, towards the hand wrapped around Mason's throat. I watch his eyes begin to liquefy with fear as the fire explodes from my hand. The crisp sound of his flesh burning and the horrid screams emitting from his damaged throat as I watch him burn alive. I'm locked in a trance, watching him burn alive. I'll find you, Amethyst, even if I have to kill every founding family member to get to you. Amethyst Phoenix. In the depths of the forest, surrounded by darkness, a glimmer of white eyes penetrates every fiber in my body. They were unnatural, something sinister among the shadows that glowed, haunting white eyes that screamed danger. However, with each passing second, they grew closer. I wanted to scream, but the pain in my heart overwhelmed the fear coursing through my veins. Those eyes were the last thing I saw before darkness blinded my vision. Would be a shame if I let you die now, Amethyst. Things are just getting started. A husky voice whispers, but I couldn't comprehend anything further as I lose consciousness. Something erupts in my chest, suppressing the instinct to breathe, and that's when my lids spring open. Beige ceiling with intricate spirals embedded at the edges. This is definitely not blood moon pack. The scent is a mixture of sandalwood, tobacco with a hint of vanilla. It's so prominent that I even smell it on the silk black sheets. The fire near my left crackles, providing gentle warmth and illuminating the strange room. Gunmetal painted walls, hardly any personal items, and yet I could tell that someone was sleeping here. You take an awful long time to wake up, a menacing voice says in displeasure. I almost jump out of my skin, the way that honeyed voice sounded too familiar on my ears. Following the path of that voice, I see him emerge from the shadows, seated in a plush ebony chair. Kier leans forward, out of the darkness, to make his presence known. There is no mistaking that his beauty is ethereal, forged from dark magic. Those pupilless white eyes bringing clarity to the fact that they were the last thing I saw. Inky waves that are sleeked back, a few strands cascading upon his forehead. A matching silk formal shirt molding against his skin, with the sleeves rolled till his elbows and the buttons undone, till his chest was fully on display. One couldn't deny that his body is sculpted to perfection, although I thought it wasn't as remarkable compared to Caden's. My eyes widen, skin prickling as I remove the blanket to see that I was no longer in the tainted wedding dress. Instead, I had on black sweatpants and a skull crop top on. Did you undress me? Kier grins, raising his brow playfully. And if I did, what will you do about it? The anger makes my blood boil, concentrating as the heat flows in my veins and cultivates in my palm until a ball of fire sparks. Kier analyses the fire, but there is no trace of fear in his eyes, simply a smirk stretching upon his plush red lips. He lifts his hand in mock surrender. I prefer not to embarrass you any more than you have by trying to kill yourself. Everything rushes like a tsunami, the pain and guilt morphing until my lungs burned. A stabbing pain coursing through my heart, making me clutch the fabric on me. The realization that I am the cause of everyone's demise, that Alice and Lion lost their baby because of me, that Caden is in a coma because of me. The way I clawed my way into my chest, ready to tear my heart out for all the sins I've committed. Did you save me? I ask, because I don't think I could have been stopped if it wasn't for someone. When I meet his eyes, we are entranced, but I couldn't decipher what his motives truly are. He is the enemy after all, then why would he save me? Instead, he chooses not to answer. My eyes focused on the fire, the cracks filling the silence as I realize I have no will to live. My existence has brought nothing but misery to everyone I love. You lot are truly weak, broken from the inside and yet given a position of power. Kier theorises, and I couldn't find it in me to argue that statement. If you are going to kill me, I would much rather you get it over with now, I reply, desperately needing him to put me out of my misery because clearly I couldn't even die properly. I have other uses for you, Amethyst, Kier declares. I couldn't connect with my pack, with my wolf. Maybe I'm truly broken, and my soul has been shattered into a million pieces. Don't worry, I blocked your link to your pack. Can't have your whereabouts known. He chuckles at my confusion. What do you want, Kier? Kier leans back, and I couldn't understand how anyone couldn't taste fear in his presence. Evil radiates from his pores. The man was the definition of a nightmare. He could hypnotize anyone with those eyes. No wonder Olivia couldn't control herself. You are walking through the valley of death, and you haven't figured out why. I frown. What? Kier smirks. Why are you consumed by grief? Why has your pack turned on you? Why do you want to die? Because I'm responsible for everything. I tainted their lives. Kier shakes his head. Someone has been pulling the strings to isolate every member one by one. Wouldn't that be you? I mean, you converted Olivia and Kyson onto the dark side. Kier stands, but he nears the fireplace and places his hands into his pockets. He didn't lift his head and instead continued to study the dance between orange and yellow. I am a bad guy. I don't mind being labeled as the enemy because I'm certainly not a good person. I'm not Kyson. I don't care for anyone besides myself. There is something in his tone, like he wasn't present while speaking those words. Suddenly he turns around. What I do requires darkness. I fight evil with evil because being good gets you nowhere. Are you delusional? I won't believe your lies. I'm cut off by Kier's laughing. And you trust your founding members? I freeze. Did I really trust them? We weren't close. None of them assisted me in my time of need. The only person who helped me was Kyson. The person that saved me from death was Kier. Who do I trust? Has the enemy changed? Kier takes my silence as the answer. You are right to not trust them. Why do you say that? His face turns cold, not a hint of playfulness in his eyes, because one of them is a traitor. One of them is pretending to be a member of the founding families, and their goal is to destroy every member until they are the last ones standing. How do you know that? I ask. I've been alive for many years. Do you really think I've never been in contact with any founding families? It seems that the completion of your fated bond has opened the gate to the truth. Amethyst Phoenix. This can't be possible. Kier can't be right about this. You are saying that someone has been pulling the strings other than you? Feeling my heartbeat in my ears as I anticipate his answer. A humorless chuckle escapes his lips, those haunting white eyes finding my confusion amusing. You all have a position of power, and yet you take it for granted. You take everything at face value and deceive one another for your own personal gain. Grinding my teeth at his accusations, there has never been a time where I used my position for power. While I couldn't speak for everyone else, I was adamant that I never took advantage of my role. I have never used my position in the founding families for any personal gain. Kier shrugs. While you are new, you certainly don't use your power to your advantage. However, he crosses the distance between us, looming over the bed like a demon ready to snatch my soul as his index finger taps my forehead. Your mind is weak. Swatting his finger away, that not I couldn't argue with that, I'm tearing apart with no will to live. I was ready to die, atone for my sins instead of finding a way to solve them. I was ready to leave my pack to fend for themselves, all whilst the real enemy continued to get what he wants. The true puppet master would have successfully rid the last phoenix off the earth, along with Blood Moon Pack. You can have all the power at your fingertips, but if your mind is weak, then it is wasted. You were ready to die for mistakes that were beyond your control, while the burden is a hard one to carry. Death is an easy way out. Kier explained, taking a seat at his initial position. One thing you couldn't deny is that Kier spoke nothing but the truth. Death was an easy way out, especially for all the circumstances beyond my control. I should be able to carry the burden. That is what an alpha does. Caden took on tremendous weight during his time. I can't afford to break apart and leave them without any trace of the truth. You have a long way to go, Amethyst. But if your mind is made of steel, then you will be an alpha that everyone fears. Kier smirked, as if he could already see it. Diverting my attention to the fire, you aren't as bad as I thought. Kier laughs, and even I had to admit that the sound was rich and pleasant. It felt good to make someone laugh instead of bringing them misery. Does that mean you are going to help me? I quiz, studying his features, but he gives nothing away with his cunning smile. Kier shakes his head, thumb caressing his bottom lip. What gave you that impression? This isn't my fight. Is it possible for a person to be the definition of whiplash? Okay. Then what am I doing here? What do you gain from revealing that there is a traitor among us? Kier relaxes in his chair, crossing his ankle across the knee. He is the definition of power. No one could decipher his motives because he was unreadable. The traitor has some valuable knowledge that I would like to stay buried. Care to share? Let's say that if this traitor succeeds, it comes at a great cost to the supernatural race. Kier replies vaguely. However, I will help you find the traitor, he declares, and I stare at him without blinking. You make my brain hurt, I marvel, soothing the ache in my forehead. Kier chuckles, since it's important to Kyson and Olivia. The ache slowly dies in my chest, determining whether their betrayal was justified or not, since Kier isn't the true enemy among the Golden Clan. How are we going to find the traitor? A few details that you should know. The traitor doesn't have any powers, which rules out both you and Jasmine. That leaves Brantley, Lucian, and Maverick, who all have their own secrets to getting into a position of power. Their obvious answer would be Brantley or Maverick. They each have shady pasts that no one knows about. How they became the head of their family, taking the position without any relatives to back up their story. None of them have revealed their powers yet. How do you propose we do that? When there is a crisis, what would your first instinct be? Kier asks instead. Run. Kier smirks. Exactly. But a true alpha would never leave someone behind. They would try to save everyone. Are you proposing we go to war? He circles his wrist, the fire cracking through the silence. Why not? I'm the villain after all, and no one knows the truth. Shaking my head, do you even know where to start? According to my intel, there will be a ball at the castle in a few days. That is when the traitor will strike. Whoever the traitor is has allies with the witches all over the world. Even founding members won't be able to stop them. That is how powerful they are. Kier stated. They are going to strike on that night and destroy everyone until they are the last one standing. I hiss, the anger coursing through my veins, making my skin turn red. But what they don't know is that your little mate has unlocked the truth, and vengeance is a powerful thing, especially with someone with imitation magic. Kier voices. Goosebumps prickle my skin. How does he know about Caden? Did Caden come out of his coma? How do you know Caden is okay? I know everything, Amethyst. Don't take me for a fool. He smarts, raising his brow. By now, he has figured out how to use his powers and is quite determined to find you. Relief. For the first time, the weight on my shoulders lessens, my heart feeling lighter that Caden is alive. Until I freeze. Power? Oh, my bad. Caden is the real fifth founding family member. W.H.A.T. Kier continues to laugh at my expense. Indeed, such a surprise. Sarcasm laced in his tone. Amethyst Phoenix. Well, I did not expect this when Kier suggested that we get my pack members here. The night sky could be seen above, through the skylight with the moonlight illuminating the lounge. Somehow, I think my brain has short-circuited. I'm aware of what is currently transpiring. Yet there is a possible cloud floating across my mind that makes me question whether this is a dream. This had to be a dream. Because there is no way he could pull this off. But this involved them working as a pair. And I will admit that they are quite horrifying. The twins are terrifying. Their combined forces make them unstoppable. From my knowledge, Kyson has cursed tongue, and Kier has the power to absorb. They could ultimately rule the world. However, Kier has made it known that their views differ, except for this common goal that the traitor has key information on. He wouldn't share, and I didn't expect him to. After all, we are tethering a line, and once his goal is accomplished, Kier will turn into the enemy once again. The question is, would Kyson and Olivia follow? For now, I'm trying to piece together how they managed to pull this off. I think this is a little extreme, motioning towards the unconscious bodies scattered on the various couches. You said to get them here as soon as possible, Olivia states, pointing a finger at Kier to state that he gave the directions. Kier shoves his hands into those charcoal slacks, unbeknownst to how terrible this entire scene is. There wasn't a spark of emotion on his face, simply arching his neck with a lack of remorse in his eyes. This was normal for Kier, endangering other people's lives for his own benefit. What makes him a monster is his eyes. They were haunting and screamed, "I would eat your soul if I wanted," to Kier's lips curve into a menacing grin as he says, "I don't see the problem." Is he serious? YUKIDNAPPEDTHEM. A simple shrug, diverting his attention to Kyson and Olivia. Didn't I specifically ask for all our ED members? His tone rough and penetrating, laced with authority accompanied with dead eyes. It could make anyone shiver in fear. Except Kyson and Olivia wasn't fazed. They matched his demonic energy. "I'm sorry, but luging around more than 10 people wasn't my highest priority," Olivia replied sarcastically. Kyson must have given his response on the matter. I'm sure they informed him of Alice and Lion, but I don't think Kier cared about anyone but himself. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I couldn't let the guilt eat at me now. Especially when Blood Moon Pack was at their most vulnerable, since Kier kidnapped Caden, Callan, Sage, and Blaze. The only person who would be left in charge in our absence is Greg. Kyson drops Callan onto the mahogany couch, huffing with his chest expanding rapidly. Olivia and Kyson carried all 4 of them into Kier's compound, which is kept a secret from me. Kyson raises his brow at Kier, pointing at all of them. I have no doubt that they were having a conversation through the mind link, which is only kept a secret from the rest of the founding families. I believe I contributed just as much as you, Kier states, having a conversation with Kyson. Kyson rolls his eyes, a perfect description that Kier was lying. With them this close, I could easily see the similarities in their features. They resembled yin and yang, possibly good and evil. "You did nothing. We brought them here," Olivia declares, exasperated by Kier's ego. She plops down upon the single chair, crossing her knees while tying her snow-white hair into a messy bun. I believe constructing a well-detailed plan is more important than luging these wolves around. Rubbing my temples to soothe the headache that Kier is initiating within me, there is a certain level of terror and obliviousness that is somehow acceptable in his head. This is what makes him a joker card. There is no way you could decipher his plan because the next move is something you wouldn't see coming. Let's hear this brilliant plan, since we risked our lives bringing them here, Olivia exclaimed, her tone filled with annoyance and frustration. Her casualness with Kier doesn't surprise me since they are mates, but the fact that Olivia is never this brazen, but something about Kier irks her. Grates upon her skin while inky orbs are battling with hatred and love. Kier simply holds his index finger up to silence us, and before anyone could counter his move, Caden opens his eyes, his hands erupting with fire. For a moment, I watch in utter disbelief. The flames wrap around his arm like a spiral. "What did you do, Kyson?" I cry, watching as the leather beneath him burns. Except, the fire doesn't burn his flesh. The flames resembled my own, doing no harm to the owner. Caden sits up, a growl escaping his lips. The fire is immediately sucked back into his body, leaving no reminiscences that he conjured the orange and red flames. What my words are caught on my tongue as I watch lightning spark between his fingers, resembling Jasmine's powers. Goosebumps prickle my skin as I analyze Caden's shift from fire to lightning, with ease that took me a while to master. Kier's voice rings through my mind as I said, "Your mate is the true member of the founding families." Caden's eyes suddenly meet mine, the darkness bleeding away and showcasing those sapphires that consume me wholeheartedly. There is no question with how fast he moves, heated arms encasing my entire body. The dull ache in my chest melting away as I feel him, in my soul. I can feel his emotions, the anger and sadness meshing together at my disappearance, the relief when he saw me. He draws me closer to his body, the scent of rain making my heart beat faster, but calming the turmoil in my mind. Caden pulls away, to my dismay, and assess my body. Are you hurt? Did he hurt you? Holding back the tears brimming in my eyes. I'm fine. My hands encase his face, the once cold skin burning at my fingertips. Caden's lips collided with mine, the sparks prickling at my skin while we embraced each other. They were jolts that made my heart flutter. I loved the taste of him like the ocean and something sweet. I needed him closer, his body on my skin, and to never leave me. Everything about him brought me back to life. Caden breathed life into me. Now that the epic reunion is over, can we discuss the plan? Kier questions, eyeing us with disgust and annoyance at our affection. Caden's voice is deep, almost otherworldly, and fueled with anger and hatred directed at Kier. You took her. IAMGOINGT. OKILLYOU. Placing my hands on his chest, an attempt to calm him down, but I can feel the rapid beating of his heart. Don't. Kier is going to help us. How can he help us? Caden questions, his eyes wild with the need to kill. Oh, I think you would love to know who the traitor is, just as much as me. After all, the traitor is the one that killed your parents, ensured that the Thornton family was erased from existence. Kier states, and I am left speechless. How do you? Kier's sinister smile takes over. I know everything. Amethyst Phoenix, raising an accusing brow at Kier. If you know everything, how come you didn't predict any of this? Kier has a certain level of narcissism that oozes off him. I could essentially declare that he has a god complex. If he is the mighty fortune teller, shouldn't he be able to predict the outcome or how we got here? Kier's wicked smile slashes through the moonlight, becoming more menacing as his honeyed voice states. Who's to say I didn't? You only know what I want you to know. That's what makes Kier terrifying. His knowledge is vast, and yet he shares only a portion for his own gain. Did you know about me? Caden's voice drew me out of my thoughts. His fingers intertwine with mine, tightly. It's as if he is desperate for something to ground his frustrations. Fire licks at my palms as sparks initiate between our fingers. I can feel his inner turmoil spiraling through my heart, like droplets of rain filled with sorrow and grief and anger. The smile diminishes from Kier's face, replaced with something cold. There are certain limits to spells like that. You can erase an entire family from history, but core people will always remember. That is the balance according to nature, unfortunately. Every action has consequences. Kyson and I have been around for centuries, therefore nothing can be erased from our minds, and the person responsible for your parents' death, the downfall of the Thornton family, will remember their sins. Fire emits in his chest, the blinding rage shifting my vision red like Caden's. He was drowning in a pit of agony and despair. The wall that is usually in place between us has opened, and I don't think he noticed. That truly showcases how much pain he is going through. Caden craves revenge, and so far, Kier is the closet he can get. He was restraining himself from attacking Kier, the metallic scent of blood hitting my nose as I see his other hand clenched tightly, blood trickling down. Then why didn't you tell me the first time? What are you gaining from this? Caden growls, the rage rolling in waves off him, sparks emitting in my palms as I know he is losing control of the newfound power. Everything is in place. Had I revealed the truth earlier, then we wouldn't be here. The person responsible has sold their soul to witches. You really think you and the rest of this uncontrollable lot can handle ancient witches? Kier snaps in annoyance, a vein popping in his neck. They were both having a battle, fierce in the eyes of sapphires versus white crystals. This wasn't the time for us to lose the only asset we have. Pushing forward as I study the way Kyson and Olivia are watching Kier with somber expressions. You never mentioned ancient witches, I point out. Kier lets out an exasperated exhale through plush cherry lips, white eyes analyzing every move we make. That is why I said we need to discuss the plan before the ball. Our conversation is disturbed by Callan's scream, SAGE. I swivel on the balls of my feet, watching the way Callan shoots up with his chest rapidly rising and falling. His gunmetal orbs are frantically searching his surroundings for his sister. SAGE. I'm right here, dumbass. Stop screaming. Sage scolds, as I watch her sit up and place pressure against her forehead to relieve the tension. Callan sighs in relief, falling back onto the couch, his midnight curls bouncing in the process. Suddenly, he springs up again with his eyes on us. What is happening? Clearly, we were kidnapped. Blaze's voice declares, and to my left I see that he is awake. Emeralds that became unreadable once he studied each of us before that playful nature comes out. He pulls out a chocolate bar from his pocket, unwrapping and immediately shoveling it into his face. Now that hits the spot, he sighs in joy. We all stare at him. Can he not read the room? Are you really eating right now? I question, caught off guard. Blaze simply shrugs. What? I was hungry, he replies nonchalantly with innocent eyes. Shaking my head, I decide to inform them on the situation that is currently transpiring and our mission. After explaining everything up until this point, we were finally on the same page. Blaze directs his attention towards Caden. So, you have powers now? Caden nods in confirmation. Blaze whimpers and begins to pout with his baby eyes. No fair. I want powers too, he whines. Sage scoffs. Power requires talent, and clearly you have none. Blaze sobs dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. Way to hit me in the feels, Sage. Why don't you kick me while you're at it? Sage's words are cut short as I watch Kier snap his fingers. The carefree atmosphere shifts into something dark, a tremendous pressure upon my chest, and an invisible force restraining me. I can't move, I can't speak. Now that you have all calmed down, how about we discuss the plan? Kier's smile turns villainous, and I knew he was doing this. Fear licks up my spine. The energy emitting from Kier is downright horrifying, and with an invisible force, limiting our movements. There is no telling what he will do to us. Kyson snaps his fingers, louder than Kier's. Suddenly, the pressure is sucked back into Kier, and the restraints are tugged away. Why did you do that? I growl. Kier shrugs, glaring at Kyson for releasing us. I prefer no interruptions. A simple please, jackass, Callan snaps. Asshole, Sage growls. I sigh. We wouldn't get anywhere with these interruptions. Okay, explain. During the ball, all your scents will be masked, therefore no one will be aware of your presence. Since the traitor assumes Amethyst has fallen into a pit of despair and likely close to death, it will be the perfect opportunity to snag your position and cripple the hierarchy. On that night, there will be a war. War? Callan gulps. Kier nods. Yes, ancient witches will take over and likely kill everyone, leaving the true enemy alive to inherit all the founding family's positions, which will make them unstoppable. Wait, but wouldn't they be powerless? Caden questions, since the traitor has no powers. Ancient witches can transfer power, Kier exclaims, and that is all the explanation we need. How do we stop this? I ask. Kier motions to his brother, Kyson. Nothing followed. He simply answered with the obvious that Kyson is powerful. That doesn't explain what our uses are in this plan, if you are just using Kaisen to do everything. Caden grits in irritation. Kier holds up a finger. It's a masked ball. Therefore, you have the perfect opportunity to judge each member to determine who the real traitor is, and your job is to stop them before the war can progress further. Kill them if you get the chance. Despite how it seems, even we have limits. And what will you do? Sage questions, arching her brow. Kier smiles. Nothing. Everyone's jaw drops. For a moment, the silence wraps around us before I feel the rage lick at my skin. Let me get this straight. You are putting us all in danger. WHILAYOUDONOTHING. Don't bother arguing, he won't grow a conscience. Kaisen says through the mind link. Kier chuckles. I never said I would protect you. You get one shot at this. If you fail, that just means I will have to find another way, but you lot will all be dead. I don't care about any of you. Whether you choose to die or not is not my problem. A humorless laugh escapes my lips. Talk about selfish to the fucking core. You are a real piece of shit, Blaze says. I never claimed to be a saint. So, if you want to win, then I suggest using your own strengths and surpassing your limits, then depending on me. Let me be clear, if you are on the verge of death, I will not save you. Amethyst Phoenix. Masquerade balls weren't my thing. Or maybe it was tremendous pressure placed upon our shoulders to find out who the traitor is before hell breaks loose. For an unknown reason, the illuminating lights were gentle and practically shifting into the darkness. A full moon graced us, an extra boost of motivation from its glow. Although the myth of the moon goddess spreading her strength among us on a full moon remains to be seen as truth, I couldn't help but feel it. The laced black mask attached to my face felt like feathers, while I disguised myself with blue contacts. Purple eyes were too rare. Anyone would notice me without even trying to decipher further. My sleek ebony dress remained simple, barely drawing any attention with its thigh slit and sweetheart neckline. Curls bouncing on my shoulders to conceal the mark Caden gave me, since the traitor could easily spot the difference between a mate mark and a faded mark. Classical music floated around the room, along with chatter among the warriors of each pack. Kier created a plan that was detailed yet hinged on our judgment of character. Had it not been for Kaisen masking our sense, we wouldn't have been able to get in. Kaisen snuck us in. I didn't realize how tight security had been prior, but there is a reason why only invited pack members are allowed in. It also explains how Kier got in the castle multiple times without our knowledge. Kier mentioned that the traitor would discreetly slip away during the height of the ball, in order to make contact with the witches before they attack. Since everything relied on our shoulders, we didn't have any backup. As Kier stated, we die, and nobody will save us if we do this wrong. I spotted Jasmine, her features shifting between blankness and distress. Emeralds that lack any sort of emotion, while her midnight waves were tied into her signature half-up and half-down hairstyle. She immediately gained everyone's attention, which is expected with her ethereal beauty. During my mix in the crowd, I heard a lot of hatred directed towards her. Her elite pack members of Crystal Blood weren't fond of her. They despise her and prefer her father. I don't think she is immune to the hatred. Jasmine is quite aware of it, but she doesn't acknowledge it. Personally, everyone says she lacks the alpha title, simply not fit to rule. Everyone was split when we arrived. Therefore, we followed suit and analyzed each founding member. Jasmine hadn't moved from her position, simply downing the champagne with dull eyes. Maverick was situated against the wall-to-floor window, a glass of whiskey in one hand, while staring at the vast forest. His dark ocean eyes practically glowed like a demon within the night, and he didn't bother with wearing a mask. Maverick doesn't move. Nor does he socialize, and from my understanding, no one wants to. Shadowpack is known for being as secretive as their alpha. His pack members are respectful and reserved. They aren't boisterous. but they do fear him. Apparently, even his rumored witch connections weren't disclosed within his pack. They made their own assumptions about Maverick, a strong alpha with something to hide. On one hand, they admired him, and the other, they were terrified of him. A perfect blend. Had we based this on assumptions, then Maverick is the obvious choice. For once, Brantley is here. There is no way one can miss him, since the man is a walking psychopath. Those pitch-black orbs swim with something horrifying, like a soul being torn to shreds. The phantom mask certainly didn't help his case. He often drifted to Jasmine, playing with her curls before moving on to the next fascinating thing. Brantley moved the most, never sitting in one spot. According to his members from the Eclipse Pack, one shouldn't mess with him. He is unhinged, and surprisingly his pack members resemble him. They are combined with eccentric wolves that never had a place to belong. How Brantley recruits: if he likes you, then you are in. Most of them were rogues and are looked down by other packs. The discrimination is obvious once in the crowd. Lucien passed along Smiles, the most interactive from them all, which probably came from being wise, since he was the only older member among us. His pack Blue Moon were respectful, reserved, and sociable. From the crowd, they were the happiest to be here, and spoke nothing of good things about their alpha. "Any luck?" I asked Caden through our link. "Nope," his tone filled with annoyance. We were all separated, and currently I could imagine that they were having a difficult time with deciphering the traitor. Caden has too many things to deal with. The fact that his parents were murdered by this traitor, the reason his entire Thornton family was erased from history. It must be utter chaos in his mind, with zero time to process anything without one problem after another. Tightening my hold on the flute, feeling the wall separating our souls. "How are you feeling?" For a second, my chest feels like rocks are being thrown at it. My emotions in disarray, but the most distinctive feeling is the anger. I realized that Caden opened a gate to his emotions that flooded into me, unable to describe what he felt. "I don't know," he answered, swallowing the hatred on my tongue, the utter disgust that the traitor is responsible for Caden watching his parents die, for the lies that were told his entire life. A stabbing pain resonated in my heart. I wanted to take his pain away. But this is something only Caden can do. I'm here. I'm here if he needs my help in any sort of way. I will be here when he tears the traitor to shreds. I will bring carnage alongside him. I know, little Phoenix. A smile immediately graces my lips, cheeks heating because I probably let the wall slip a little too much that he felt those intense emotions. This certainly wasn't the time or place, but I couldn't help but relish in it. Only for a second, until the ground beneath my feet began to violently shake. The music halted as the flickering of lights above us. Everyone is in shock as my body begins to vibrate. Something is causing us to falter. I thought only the sensation flooded through me, but everyone was feeling it. The chandelier swayed from side to side, an intense pressure wrapping around us. "We have a problem." Kaisen's voice drifted into my mind. "This wasn't you?" Sage questions, and I realized that he opened the communication to everyone. My eyes search frantically in the crowd. "What's the problem?" "I feel them. The witches," Kaisen states. "Shouldn't they be coming later?" Caden asks. "Something isn't right. Everything is happening too early with too much power." Kaisen recites. "What the fuck?" Scanning the crowd for the founding members, I realize they aren't here. My eyes widening. They aren't here. If this was the traitor, only one would slip away, but all of them left. Which definitely means that the problem we are facing now wasn't a part of the plan. Cold fingers wrap around my biceps, halting the violent vibrations in my body. Snow-white hair blinding my vision as I realize Kaisen came out of hiding, his eyes filled with determination and confusion. If they all left, that means something is really wrong. "We have to go." he says through the mind link. I agree, slipping off my heels and contacts. We couldn't leave. We had to get down to the problem before letting the traitor slip through our fingers once again. The ground was still shaking, but Kyson somehow dampened the effects for us. Everyone was instructed to stay back, but Caden wasn't going to let me go. There wasn't enough time to find each other. He could easily catch up to us since Kyson stated they were in the room that we held founding meetings. Slipping through the doors, I expected a better reaction than the dull one they gave. One of them was a liar. They were definitely surprised by my appearance. But they were a good liar after all. According to everyone else, I was out sick, therefore it wouldn't be a big issue since they don't know the truth. Finally made yourself known. Brantley grins, dragging his tongue across his teeth with a malicious smile. He knew I was here, this whole time. However, I didn't have any time to process that sentence, because Lucian announced, "We are under attack." Jasmine rolls her eyes. No shit, I wouldn't have guessed. She sassed. Lucian ignores her. According to the guards at the border, these are witches, and they have thousands coming with them. We don't have the power to fight them. With our limited pack members, we will be slaughtered in minutes. Are you saying we should run? Jasmine asks. Lucian nods. We can't afford the death of another founding member. We won't have enough time to escape, Maverick states, staring into the darkness at his side, as if he can see exactly what was going on. That was the cold truth. We couldn't flee from thousands with the short amount of time on our hands. By my guess, they were already here. I'll buy you guys time to escape, Kyson says. Except it wasn't only in my mind. Everyone's eyes shifted towards him, which meant that he opened communication to everyone. Jasmine's once dull eyes turned fiery, a BSOLUTELYNOT. Everyone is taken aback by her outburst, the fierce growl in her words as she closes the distance between them. They're having a silent conversation, with constant shaking of heads and Jasmine clinging onto his hand. Can you hold them back? Lucian asks, raising his brow as if doubting Kyson's power. Kyson simply nods, but Jasmine is beyond anger at this point, her rage seeping in, while Kyson gently slips her fingers off. He rests his forehead upon hers, an intimate moment before he leaves. No, she whispers. Jasmine is holding back her tears, mingling with her anger. YUAREGIOINGTOLATHICIRIFFORUS. Sparks emit from her skin. She isn't in control while Lucian remains level-headed. We have responsibilities, Ravenstone. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, silence wrapping around us before Jasmine rips the bottom of her dress. She stares at us, a fierce warrior that has more emotions than I have ever seen her emit. Fuck responsibilities. She turns to leave, except Maverick is the one that stops her. Where do you think you are going? Jasmine turns her back to us. I'm going to save him. He is working with our enemy, and you are going to save him, Lucian explains. For a second, she remains in her spot before declaring, I won't let him die for us. I won't run away like a coward. While I have my powers, I will fight. And she takes off running. Kyson 0. Honestly, whenever Kier plans something, there is always a guarantee that nothing will go according to it. I see. Kier marvels through the link, deep in thought of the next move for himself, relaying all the information I gathered, especially on my theory of who the traitor is. The answer is simple yet impossible to believe, and they would have easily gotten away with it. Amethyst didn't notice, surface level. None of them reacted to her surprise appearance. But for a second, a twitch in the left eye gave way to suspicion. Kier can figure out the truth easier than I can, especially considering I have my hands occupied. The only reason I offered to buy them time to escape, simply because of Jasmine and Amethyst. I don't particularly have a connection with anyone else from the founding families, but my powers surpassed theirs in many ways. Ancient witches are cruel and cunning. I've seen them throughout the centuries just continue to grow with power and hate. Ancient witches believe they are superior to every other supernatural race. Had we let them run wild, then humans would have been dead centuries ago. While I expected a minimum of 1,000 witches, I didn't anticipate who they were alliancing with. As I reached the border, emerging from the forest and towards the open field leading to the cast is thousands of witches and wolves. The temperature around me began to rise as they brought war to the founding families with equal terror. Witches weren't skilled in combat. Spells are only as powerful as the magic you have, but wolves had combat and carnage desires. I was fucked. Ancient witches drew power from their ancestors, hence why they are deemed extraordinary and forceful. The ground beneath me shook violently. Had I not combated the spell, then I wouldn't be on my feet. This impending doom can only be orchestrated and executed by a vast amount of witches drawing off each other. The problem has escalated. How so? Kier questions in a rather dull tone. Along with the thousands of witches, they also brought werewolves to the war. I responded, not slowing my pace. My brother is selfish. What he said to everyone else also applied to the people closest to him. He wouldn't save anyone, besides himself. You should surpass your limit then, because I'm not going to save you. He deadpans. I sigh. We have a common goal, but nothing will change Kier. As if I expected anything from a man who sits on his throne all day, while others make the sacrifices for him. His smirk is flashing before my eyes. You already know, brother. I care about nothing and nobody. Halting my steps a few meters away from the witches and wolves, I can already see them salivate for death, while the witches are cackling with joy of destruction. Remember our goal. It won't work if you die here. Tugging down my bandana to reveal my face as if I could ever forget. It was the only thing haunting us since birth. All these reincarnations seemed irrelevant, but they had a purpose. Each time we failed, we couldn't stop it. And if I die now, then the world will come to an end. I wasn't being dramatic. While the founding families each have issues, they had no idea of the deep-rooted evil we were facing all our lives. Death awaited the world of supernatural creatures if we didn't stop the awakening. Taking in a lungful of chilled air, my throat parched from the lack of hydration. Cursed tongue is one essentially higher on the hierarchy of power. I surpass ancient witches in every way. However, in these numbers and endless power, I don't stand a chance. Holding back not only witches but wolves, that would take my entire life force. I am one person, fighting against thousands. Faced with death multiple times, I've never feared it. Yet right now, I am hesitating. This is my last life, and while I would gladly accept not being burdened with this curse, the guilt would eat me alive if I let the awakening happen. Kier and I knew of the worshippers, how they grew and began dealing with forbidden magic. Forbidden magic requires a deal with the devil. In exchange, you become limitless with darkness. Your power is drawn from dark magic, and one person with forbidden magic can easily wipe out half the earth. We had multiple reincarnations for a reason. I couldn't let it all go to waste now. This type of spell will require every ounce of magic I have, closing my eyes in order to drown out the screams and promises of death from the other side. I hear them marching, paws hitting the grass as I center myself. Drawing a blank in my mind, an abyss lit by the white flames of my magic. A flame encircled with black and white. Extending my arms at my sides, from a far distance, I could hear them before everything turned into white noise, a ringing emitting in my ears as I opened my eyes. Malam obis, periadem quem nemo duabus minibus transrare potest. Keep the evil at bay, a wall which none can cross with the power of two hands. For the first time, I had to escalate the volume of my voice so that it penetrated throughout the field. Their march is halted as their bodies collide with an invisible wall. The spell spanned over yards, across the border so that they couldn't cross. Holding my position, I watched them struggle to force their way through. A spell of this magnitude is difficult, and I can already feel the effects on my body. The aches in my muscles, pins and needles shooting up my arms. Goosebumps pebble my skin as my head begins to throb uncontrollably. My throat feels like shards of glass scraping on the inside. My magic is being absorbed. I can hear the chants of ancient witches getting louder as they countered my spell. They were draining my magic and feeding themselves. The wolves began shoving themselves against the wall, making my feet falter as if I'm being pushed back. I gasp, grinding my teeth and feeling nothing but intense pain throughout my body. Forcing my hands forwards, it is taking every ounce of strength and willpower for me to not let the wall down. Blood seeps from my nose, the substance coating my lips as I taste it on my tongue. My knees give out, but I keep the spell intact. Witches and werewolves are a lethal combination. My magic is being drained while the wolves put pressure on me. Black dots begin to cloud my vision. I can't even see anything as I desperately fight the urge to succumb to the darkness. The spell won't last any longer. I've held it for approximately 5 minutes, and I don't have anything left. If I push any further, then I will die. I can't afford to die now. I'm at my limit, and I feel my lids getting heavy as my spells loses its power. Suddenly, sparks erupt on my skin, and the clouds clash above me. I see thunder piercing through the sky, and I couldn't help the smile upon my lips. I should have known. I told you to go, I ordered tiredly through our mind link. Jasmine appears at my side, torn dress and bare knees against the grass as sparks emit from her touch. Hands encircling my bicep as I study the worry in her eyes. I'm not letting you die. I would go past my limit. I would even accept death if Jasmine would just leave now. Except she doesn't make a move. The sky above is angry, resembling her emotions as thunder and lightning slash upon the ground. Go, I snap. No. That's when I see her skin emitting the blue static, becoming more prominent as Jasmine slips her fingers away from me. I'm entranced by how extraordinary she is. Jasmine stands in front of me, protectively. I've always been alone. I've always sacrificed for others, and now she is the one by my side refusing to let me die. The wall drops, and it doesn't stop the anguish, wolves and witches running towards us and past us. I can't protect her. I don't have enough magic. Until a wall of red and orange flames emerges in front of us, stopping a few of them in their path. Shifting my attention to the side, purple eyes prominent within the dark, and a smirk on her lips. Like I would ever leave you to die. She laughs, spanning her arms and unleashing a large amount of fire onto the enemies. Lightning slashes through the sky, upon the crowd with a massive force, and I see that the reason is Caden. What? Jasmine whispers in confusion, forgetting our state and coming to my aid immediately. Long story, I tell her. Are you guys having fun without me? A psychopathic voice booms from behind us. Brantley races past us, white specks conjuring from the molecules in the air as his hand conceals his face. Suddenly, he drops his hand and I see a skeleton mask on his face. His eyes and mouth drenched in darkness, but I hear the demonic laughter. Time to play, his demonic voice announced. Amethyst Phoenix. I think that rules out Brantley. My brain completely shuts down as I watch him sprint with unnatural speed. His demonic laughter keeps getting distorted, echoing like he was drowning underwater. The skeleton mask was conjured from magic particles, I presume. However, Brantley has transformed into an entirely different person. Claws extended as he slashes through the witches' throats and rips apart the wolves without restraint. He is pure carnage, like a beast unleashed. Brantley's skin is drenched in blood, dripping from his fingertips with a demented laugh escaping his crimson-stained lip. This is the essence of a psychopath. Someone beyond reason and nothing but desire to kill. If they got hurt because of me, I wouldn't survive that. Blaze and Callan raise their hands. We opted to leave. Sage snorts, while rolling her eyes. Pathetic, she mutters, ripping the side of her dress and pulling out her signature daggers. Let's see who can kill the most, Sage smirks, a menacing glint in her metallic orbs. Callan and Blaze shrug off their coats with a dangerous smile on their lips. This is why these three are on the top level of R.A.D. They can cause destruction in skin and wolf form. After all, they were assassins. They chuckle and disperse, instantly killing whoever is in their path. Caden's brows are furrowed, his scorching hands tracing every inch of my skin as he analyzes me from head to toe. Are you okay? I figured you wouldn't listen when Kyson instructed us to leave. An ominous voice answers from behind Caden. Dark blue eyes that resemble the ocean at night blinds my vision. Maverick's cold demeanor and lack of interest in what is transpiring is rather eerie. He stops near us, and I wonder why he chose to come. Along with Lucien, he agreed to let Kyson sacrifice himself for us. Therefore, I was surprised by his appearance. Our questions are disrupted by a group of witches, a vengeful shadow casted upon their eyes. My, isn't it the famous Maverick Hale? We have heard so much about you, a blonde witch marvels, running her tongue across her teeth. All good things, I presume. Maverick deadpans. Was that a joke? The witches cackle, grinning with the desire to sink their teeth into him. You should know about the rumors that are going around. Aren't you desperate for power that you? I think that's enough. Maverick cuts them off and places one hand into his pants pocket. For a second, they are in a state of confusion along with us. That's when I notice the black hole beneath their feet, growing until it's a pit of darkness. What the brunette hissed. Suddenly, the darkness begins to wrap around their limbs like vines. It curled and throttled them, leaving no space untouched. All of them began to scream as the vines dragged them down into the black hole. It's like the darkness became a physical person pulling them into the depths of hell. The black hole swallowed them and disappeared without a trace. Caden and I were left speechless, staring at Maverick's back with equal fascination at the danger surrounding his power. I can see why you are number one, I praise, in awe of his power. Maverick continues his path ahead of us, into the belly of beast, with witches on the hunt for him. It's a blessing and a curse. That certainly rules out Maverick. Caden tugs me to the side, a fireball emitting from his palm towards a wolf that almost attacked us. We don't have time to stand here. I'll go this way and you go that way. He instructs, and I nod, dispersing in opposite directions. Conjuring the flames within my fingertips, I send them flying in every direction of the witches and wolves. They have strength in numbers, enough to overwhelm us. Taking a deep breath, gathering all the training I went through. Extending my palms as I spill out the fire, making it take shape in the form of a tornado. The ground beneath me starts to shake uncontrollably as I let the heat absorb into my skin. It's as tall as the tree, and I send it flying with a push forward. The fire tornado takes out everyone in its path, burning them alive in an instant. Unfortunately, that move does have repercussions. With lungs on fire, I could barely breathe. Sweat dripping from my brow and onto my lip as I take short, cut inhales of oxygen. Amethyst, a voice calls, and I turn to the side while heaving. The flames around Kyson and Jasmine start to die out. With slow steps, I analyze Kyson's injuries. Are you okay? My hand is smacked away when I attempt to touch his face. I stare at Jasmine in bewilderment. Suddenly, her cheeks turn a deep shade of red as she avoids eye contact. Sorry, A smile cracks through my lips, Kaisen staring at her in amazement. Jasmine was the only one who didn't hesitate to save him. She didn't care about herself, but only of Kaisen. However, this wasn't the time to admire the adorable couple. "Do you have any magic left?" I ask them both. "I'm out," Kaisen replies in the mind link. "I'm almost out. The last explosion took too much power," Jasmine answers. "At this rate, we wouldn't be able to figure out who the traitor is." While our enemies' numbers were dwindling at a rapid pace due to everyone's extraordinary powers, especially with Kaiden's imitation magic, they still kept coming, like a portal from another realm spitting out wolves and witches. Lucien was nowhere to be seen, which didn't surprise me since he was against us, saving Kaisen in the first place. There was a sliver of hope when I saw Maverick, that maybe he changed his mind. Right on cue, I see Lucien appear from behind Kaisen, his brown eyes in distress as he loosens the tie around his neck. "It seems age doesn't automatically give you authority around here," he chuckles with a smile on his lips. Taking my stance at his side, "Guess you did side with us youngsters after all." He sighs. "Someone has to control you lot before you get everyone killed." Lucien takes a step forward, showing me the back of his ebony suit. "After all, if everyone died now, then I would be the last one standing. And we can't have that, now can we?" His tone switched, causing needles to prick my skin and something akin to fear wrap around my heart. Something is wrong. The malice and evil could be heard in his tone, or did I imagine it? Everything becomes white noise as my vision slowly fades to black. Something drags me down until I fall onto the cold tiles. There is no way I am having a vision in the middle of a war, except the darkness seeps away and a subtle glow hits my surroundings. Bodies are scattered around me, blood bathing the tiles as I jump to my feet. Somehow there is a certain familiarity to this place. It resembles the sunroom back home. I hear voices from my left, and when I follow it, I'm astonished by what I see. Purple eyes, vivid and striking that you could find it in the dark. Her ebony hair is braided into a messy bun, and at her side is fire. Except they aren't coming from her, it's seeping from the man next to her. It was my parents. I recognize them from the pictures Kaiden showed me. "Mum, Dad?" I gasp, feeling my heart leap into my throat. But they don't look in my direction. They are glaring with vengeance ahead of them. I couldn't see what they were looking at. Whoever was there being concealed by a shadow. No one could mistake that the soft features I once saw them with is replaced with uncontrollable rage. HOULDYOUDOTHISTOUS. My mother screams, her voice cracking with how fierce the sound was. The ominous voice chuckles. How can I resist the opportunity to take out the easiest founding family? "We trusted you. We treated you like family." My father voice penetrating the silence, nostrils flaring as the fire coats his entire skin. "That was your mistake." The voice disks, emerging from the shadows, and my jaw drops. Lucien. A sinister smile on his lips, something wild in his eyes. My heart leaps into my throat, goosebumps prickling my skin as I watch my parents' best friend betray them. My father launches an endless number of fireballs in his direction, but they never land on Lucien. It's like an invisible barrier is wrapped around him, deflecting every shot. There is a scrapping sound filling the silence. That's when I notice the sword in his hand as he drags it across the tiles. Blessed with power, a werewolf blessed with power, and all for what? Because your family was created first. That's not fair. I should have the power. ITs NOT, FAIRITs NOT, FAIR. His strangled voice repeats, filled with jealousy and hatred. "I will have all your powers. IWILLBETGLASTIENEEATN, he declares with a roar. Lucian moves so fast I couldn't even follow his physical body. Until a gurgling sound is heard. That's when I see his target was my mother. But my father protected her. Lucian slashed his throat and blood coated his face. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and then plunged the sword into my father's heart. My mother is screaming and yet I'm frozen in place. I can't move. I can't breathe. I can't comprehend what is transpiring in front of my eyes. Jeremy, she screams, sobs wrecking through her voice. Lucian pulls the sword out. I guess you should die first. After all, it would be a tragedy to make you watch Sophia die first. Everything is distorting in my mind, a fog clouding every thought as I watch the life slowly drain from my father's eyes. My mother is sobbing, blood coating her hands as she holds my father in her arms. Suddenly, the sound is muted and an echo of a familiar voice drifts through my ears. YNONO. CALLENDON LEAVEME. CALLEN. A shiver wrecks through my body. I recognize that voice as black dots begin to take over my vision, distorting the scene in front of me. AMETHYSTWAKEUP. I blink and everything around me changes, becoming clearer. I'm on the field, but Caden's sapphires are the only thing I see. He sighs in relief, encasing my face in his palms. You're back. Shaking my head, a burning sensation in the back of my eyes as I sob. I know who killed my parents. I know who betray. The words are stuck in my throat as I watch blood seep from Caden's lips, his hands losing the heat it usually has. Why are you bleeding? My voice a mere whisper, unable to comprehend what is happening. Suddenly, he coughs even more blood. Frantically analyzing every inch of his body, that's when I see the sword lodged in his stomach, blood coating his shirt. No, 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 I cry, feeling all these emotions like a cord strangling me. My vision is turning blurry as I let the tears fall. No, no. You can't leave me. I choke. Caden smiles. It's calming, and yet I feel this agonizing pain like multiple knives piercing through my heart. It's going to be okay because... He doesn't get to finish the sentence because the sword is pulled out of his body. Caden's eyes widen along with mine, and I can't move a muscle as his body drops to the ground. A massacre is left behind, fire obstructing my view of the person in front of me. The bloody sword. A familiar sword. Thornton and Phoenix families aren't as weak as I thought, always a trick up their sleeves. However, that doesn't matter to me, because I will finally kill you all right here, right now. Lucian declares. Amethyst Phoenix. This can't be happening. This must be a dream. I need this to be a dream. But it's not a dream. This is reality, and the only thing assuring me of this fact is the excruciating pain piercing through my chest like 1,000 knives. That single red thread that tied our souls together snapped within seconds, the bond with Caden fading rapidly as the ache continues to grow. There is something else accompanying that pain, gnawing at my heart and causing my head to throb. Caen, please, please, please don't leave me. Sage's thick voice cries. Following the sound of her voice, behind Lucian, I can see 3 people. Except the only thing drawing my attention is the gaping hole in Callan's chest. Those usually sparked metallic orbs have lost their essence. Sage is hunched over him, attempting to bring him back by shaking his body, but that is wishful thinking. Blaze is at her side, trying to console her, but the efforts are futile because she needs Callan, not anyone else. How does it feel to lose everyone you ever cared about? All so self-sacrificing that one protected his sister, and this one protected you. Lucian's sinister voice points out, motioning to Callan and Caden. I want to rip into my chest, to stop this grueling pain that is ratcheting through my body. It's never ending. the pack bond severed and the fated bond destroyed. All the agony is flowing through my veins, punishing me endlessly. This is a distorted reality, because my wishful thinking only assumed that my misfortunes would be forgiven by the moon goddess. That no matter what happened, despite how useless I am, this outcome would never have transpired. None of them were supposed to die. We were going to survive and be victorious in this war. That was all an illusion. Because of my delusions, everyone around me is suffering. I am suffering. Caden died protecting me. Callan died protecting Sage. Everyone is dying because I brought them onto this battlefield. Caden couldn't stop the sword fast enough. He wasn't able to transform, and decided that protecting me took priority over his own life. Caden sacrificed himself for me, just like my father sacrificed for my mother, just like Callan sacrificed for Sage. Her anguished sobs are hitting my ears, echoing in a loop, along with my rapid heartbeat. The throbbing in my head intensifies, begging me to react, to make a move. But I can't. The hairs on my skin stand, my blood boiling and initiating an inferno within me. Yet, I can't move. Amethyst, someone calls in my head, but the pain won't stop. Shaking my head, covering my ears with my hands as I attempt to stop this grueling tornado of sadness, pain, and anger. But it's not working. Nothing is working. I'm being consumed from the inside, suffocating on the tears of heartache and loss. If I hadn't made them come, if I hadn't involved them in this plan, then they would still be alive. It's all my fault. I can't breathe, my head pulsating and tears blinding my vision as I choke on them. Everything hurts. This is torture squeezing me to death. Lucian's darkness towers over me, malice and destruction spiraling in his eyes. I killed the last Thornton member. Imagine my surprise when I realized one still escaped. If you had not brought him here, then I wouldn't have known. So for that, I thank you, Amethyst. He smiles, twisting the knife with his words, and my brain short-circuits. If it wasn't for you, it's all because of you. Lucian was right. Everything that happened today is because of me. I stare at my hands, and they are drenched in blood. I killed them. Their deaths are on my hands. My body violently shakes as I'm swallowed by the guilt. Jade is crying, and my subconscious is tormenting me the same way Lucian is. My heart desperately wants to go to Caden, to aid him, and go to Sage to console her. I need to move. I have to move, but I can't, losing all control over my body as I feel myself shut down. Amethyst, you need to move. You need to run. Kyson's voice flooding my mind, but I can't move any muscle. Lucian's wicked smile is all I see, as I stare at him lifting the sword and ready to sever my head. I'll have mercy on you. After all, it's thanks to you that I will be the last one standing with all your power in my hands. All I see is the blood coating the sword, the metal laced with crimson. Caden's blood. Caden's blood. Kaden's blood. That's all it takes for something to burst within my chest. Shards of glass scraping my throat as I scream. It's unlike anything I have ever heard, almost like a banshee cry. I can't control myself, blood coating my tongue as I scream so violently that it shakes the ground. Amethystyuegioingtodie. Someone warns in my head, but I can't bring myself to tell who it is. Who cares about death? All this rage is devouring me from the inside of my soul. My fists clench so hard, claws digging into my flesh as I let the pain destroy me. Heat emits from my skin, setting my body alight as my vision suddenly turns red. Lucian takes a step back, eyes widening as I continue to scream while I burn alive in my flames. Stop, YOUTRANSFORMWHILIANGUTIALE. Jasmine screams, and yet I can't be bothered. The curse, I was supposed to die, not Caden. That was the curse all along, one sacrificed for the other. Nothing good ever came from this power. Everyone died for something so insignificant. I have to stop Lucian. I have to stop him from killing everyone else. So, who cares if I die? Who cares if I lose all this power? It brought me nothing but misery. Maverick was right. Power is a blessing and a curse. My surroundings shift, darkness enveloping me as I'm thrown into my subconscious. In front of me is the snow-white wolf I recognize since birth, her purple eyes in disarray with the tsunami of emotions. The most prominent one is the sorrow, a reciprocating heavy heart, as I kneel in front of her. "I'm sorry, Jade. I apologize." She comes to my side, comforting me with her snout. "It's okay, Purple." Jade knew that this was end for us. The sounds of bone cracking fill my ears, pain more excruciating than the first time I shifted. Crimson staining my vision as I shift into my wolf form, except the flames don't die down. I keep them, coating my fur as I'm on all fours. Suddenly, my vision is tainted in purple. The fire bursting from Jade's white fur, dancing from red and orange to a lilac color. Our growl is murderous, causing the fire to heighten with each step we take. Jade and I are one in this form, the power from me and her wolf form transforming us. Saliva dripping from her teeth, and that's when I noticed that the grass began to sizzle, purple flames eating away at the greenery. Lucian's eyes widen, lips parted in surprise, and something akin to fear etched in his eyes. "What are you?" His words fall on deaf ears. All we care about is killing him. Lucian swings his sword with expertise, a force that showcased he has killed many souls before us. I evade each swing, and when his sword does manage to cut my hind, it catches on fire. Lucian is thrown off, trying to dampen the purple flames with a vicious swing, but to no avail. He growls, frustrated by the action, and disposes of it somewhere behind him. YUDONKNOWWHENTODIE IWASGOINGTOSHOWYOMER CYBUTNOWUILMAK USURAILUIUOSUFFE. He roars. His impendent desperation is showcasing the urgency and lack of awareness to his position right now as he shifts into his wolf. The sound of clothes shredding as I'm faced with his average-sized dark brown wolf. Compared to mine, there wasn't anything extraordinary about him nor his wolf. But we were running out of time. I could already feel myself fading from this existence. Jade roars in his direction, conjuring fire in her mouth and directing it towards him. Lucian isn't fast enough to dodge the fire, his back legs taking the hit. We manage to hinder him, but he perseveres. Each time Lucian attempts to attack, the flames counter them. He won't come any closer and risk injuring himself any further. Had this been an ordinary wolf battle, Lucian would have gained the advantage with his years of skill. But we didn't have time to evade and block his attacks. I can already feel my soul escaping into the abyss. We are closing in on death. Therefore, we had to finish him off. Jade arches her body, steadying herself. This will be our last attack. Silence, utter silence, takes over as Jade moves faster than ever. I don't even see it, and neither did Lucian as she sinks her fangs into his neck with her paws on his body, setting him ablaze and his desperate cries of agony hitting our ears. Every time he tries to move, Jade sinks her teeth deeper. Suddenly, she rips the chunk clean off. His eyes immediately drain completely of life as the purple flames burn him alive. Instead, it's charring the body more rapidly than any normal fire. Behind the flames, I see two figures. Amethyst, Jasmine calls. They stare at me with somber expressions. They already know what lies ahead for me. This is the end, Amethyst. Jade whines, exhaustion settling into her bones. I can feel it, death. I needed to see him one last time, but black dots begin to appear in my vision. The flames beginning to burn my skin for the first time as darkness seeps into my soul. Caden Thornton. A fire bloomed from within my chest, making me feel like I am burning alive from the inside. It was intense, gradually getting worse and suffocating me. Suddenly, I take in a harsh intake of air, and my lids spring open, vision blinded by the pitch-black sky, no star within its depths. For a second, black dots collide, and I attempt to push this hazy sensation. Through the cloud, pupilless, inky eyes and pure emeralds are focused on me. Jasmine and Kyson are leaning over me, a mixture of emotions swirling in their eyes. What? I rasp, attempting to clear my throat as I sit up. Somehow, a fog is upon my mind. In my state of confusion, I'm unable to ignore the stabbing pain emitting from my stomach. Dropping my gaze, I find my shirt covered in crimson with a tear in it. Caressing the exposed flesh from where the pain was coming from, I feel my flesh split in two. Delicate hands smack mine's away. Don't touch it and don't move too much. Kyson only temporarily stopped the bleeding. You need medical attention. Jasmine scolds. While her words were strong, there was something in her eyes that told a different story. Shifting my attention between Jasmine and Kyson, I noticed they had similar somber expressions exuding from their eyes. The pain wouldn't stop, and it wasn't emitting from the wound. It cultivated in my chest and deepened until I felt like someone was crushing my heart, liquid fire pumping through my veins, making me burn from the inside. Something akin to dread settled in the pit of my stomach as I attempted to recall what transpired. Except I couldn't focus on anything. A vivid red thread in my vision snapped, a soul connection that made my entire existence feel like I was fading. Amethyst. Her name, Amethyst Phoenix, my fated mate. I should have deciphered that something was wrong the moment I felt Axel block our connection. Everything rushes back, a blast of memories. We were at war with the witches and wolves, and I noticed that Lucian was taking a sword to Amethyst's heart. He was the traitor. Amethyst couldn't move because she was having a vision, oblivious to her surroundings, and I wasn't fast enough to come up with a concrete plan. I reacted on instinct, in the only way that I knew would save her. I knew something was wrong the moment I looked into her eyes, the complete shock and devastation that her world crumbled with the sounds of Sage's cry for Callan and for me. She would spiral. I needed to reassure her, but the words couldn't come out after the sword was yanked out of my body. Amethyst was self-destructing and I couldn't stop it. Kyson's words flooded my mind as I heard the anguish scream, ripping her insides apart as it ruptured my eardrums. A static sound as I watched her transform into her beautiful snow-white wolf, and a blanket of purple flames as her armor. Those words played on a loop. Kyson warning us that the most dangerous thing to do was use our powers simultaneously. With our wolf form, it guaranteed that we would never return, and it foreshadowed death. Fear wrapped a cord around my throat, strangling me as I deny the possibility of what Amethyst did. Her heart is fragile. Callan's death along with mine would completely destroy her. I needed it to not be true, that she wouldn't willingly choose death because of us. Where is she? I question, barely recognizing my voice. They don't answer. Instead, their eyes are focused on something to my left. All that fire inside is dampened by an ice. I couldn't feel anything, and it's like my body froze. An invisible knife piercing through my heart, so intense that I thought I would pass out from the pain. No, 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 no. The thread that tied us together, our souls that finally became whole, was torn apart. This couldn't be happening. I desperately needed this to be a dream, a morbid dream. I don't even realize that I attempted to reach her, only to be restrained. Purple flames eat at her wolf, but her eyes are closed, and she is on the ground. Something told me that Amethyst wasn't here, but I refused to believe it. Her flames continue to burn her alive, turning the once snow-colored fur to pitch black. I don't move, unable to comprehend how her powers are practically killing her. Amethyst, no, no, let me go. I have to go to her. I cry, feeling the tears choke me. The flames continue to burn until there is nothing but ash left of her. You will die, Jasmine states. I don't care. I have to be with her. Amethyst has been alone her entire life. The least I could do was be there for her in death. All she ever endured was endless suffering, and I failed to protect her once again. I'm a failure. I couldn't protect her parents, and now I couldn't protect her. My vision is blurring. Tears coating my cheeks and the throbbing continue to flourish in my eyes and throat. I'm shattering the last essence of my life, unable to control myself as I drop to my knees. The fire is slowly dying, and yet I already knew she wasn't here anymore. The pounding in my head, the sharp pain piercing through my heart, couldn't compare to the torture of watching Amethyst burn alive. She's already gone. Kaisen's soft voice in my head brings no comfort. I know he is trying to say that she didn't suffer, but watching her wolf turn into ash doesn't stop the pain from wrecking my body. Time evades me. I have no sense of how long I've been here. Their hands finally leave my body, and yet I couldn't will myself to move a muscle. All I see is her ashes, held together in the shape of her wolf. My fists drop to the ground, pounding relentlessly as I let out an anguish cry and scream. I'm becoming feral, the anger and sadness morphing together and causing me to spiral as crimson taints my vision. That ringing sound blasts through my ears, distorting my mind, and I take in the black hole emerging behind Amethyst. Someone emerges from the abyss, pupil-less white eyes colliding with mine. The black hole behind Kier disappears and he looms over Amethyst. He didn't have any remorse. Frankly, it's like he didn't care at all. This is all your fault. I snap, blood dripping from my fists. Kier rounds her body, blocking my vision of her. I believe I said that you should surpass your limits or die. I was never going to save anyone. If it wasn't for you, she would still be alive. IFITWASNTFOR. YOU, the rage consumes me. I'm unable to control my roar. All I want is his blood. This is all his fault. Kier escapes without any damage. He always endangers everyone else besides himself. He is the reason we were put into this position. He is the reason Amethyst is dead. Before I could sink my teeth into Kier, an invisible force restrains me, locking my hands behind my back and forcing my body flat onto the ground. Be quiet, Thornton, and watch, he instructs. What? Kier halts his steps at my side. I'm trying to escape this force, but something is blocking my powers as well. I am unable to break free. It shoves me deeper into the ground, and I realize that it's Kier doing this. He points, forcing my attention onto her wolf. LETMEGO. I roar. Kier tisks, placing a finger on his lip. I said, watch. It feels like hours pass by, accompanied by agonizing silence. I want to close my eyes. I don't want to look at her in this state. But maybe I deserve it. This is my fault after all. Maybe I deserve this punishment. However, there was no missing that amid the silence is a crackling sound. A crisp, sharp sound, and I study the structure of ashes. It moves suddenly, and the structure of her wolf crumbles to showcase porcelain skin. What the fuck is happening? Beneath the ashes is porcelain skin, the shape of the wolf disappearing as the body reveals itself beneath. Ebony-colored waves that dip down, curtaining her naked flesh. I'm holding my breath, a mixture of fear and hope clinging onto my heart as the woman blinks. Purple eyes. Familiar purple eyes. Amethyst. How is that possible? I mutter, studying every inch of her. Amethyst is alive. That is the true power of a phoenix, Kier's answers. Or have you forgotten? A phoenix always rises from the ashes. Amethyst phoenix. Blue eyes. They resembled the ocean, glassy and transparent. I couldn't help but be enthralled by them, an immediate red thread tying us together. Caden. The name slipped off my tongue, accompanied by an intense pounding emitting from my forehead. It wouldn't stop, pressing my palm against my forehead in an attempt to soothe the throbbing as my vision distorted. Darkness encompassing my view as a kaleidoscope of memories played out in front of me, and almost all of them included the man before me known as Caden. His eyes filled with tenderness and love that it immediately brought warmth to my heart, tearing it from my chest and placing it into his hand. Those emotions spiraled, the sadness and utter devastation of watching him die in front of me. My body began to vibrate, a cloud across my mind as everything became too much. A tsunami that would no doubt kill me. Until I felt sparks wrap around me, wrap around my heart, and all those forceful waves within me silenced. It brought a calmness over my overactive state, settling the storm brewing inside of me. Only seconds ago did I feel myself burn alive, and now I'm embraced by someone who brings peace to my soul. Caden, I choke on my words, tears blinding my vision as he drags me closer to his scorching body heat. He drew me closer, tighter, unable to let me go as his heated breath hit the croak of my neck. I thought I lost you, his voice a mere whisper, laced with vulnerability. Electricity coursed through my veins as I relished in the sensations he brought. I couldn't hold back the tears, the cries of pain that I thought he was dead, that everyone was dead because of me. It's a force that chokes me, making it difficult to breathe as I suffocate on the guilt. It's okay. I'm here. His voice soothing the sharp pain in my heart while his hand stroked my back. I don't know how long we stay in this position, with me crying in his arms and Caden comforting me once again. It's a binding of our souls. A voice in my head keeps pressuring upon this gigantic wall. Something urges me to break through, push against the wall, and yet to no avail. You shouldn't force it. A voice instructs, drawing us out of the bubble we were in. Caden untangles his arms, but keeps my naked body partially covered by his gigantic frame. He arches a thick brow, annoyance lacing his features. Following the voice, I noticed that it belonged to Kier. He studies the position we are in, rolling his eyes as he tugs off the ebony suit jacket and flings it in my direction. Kier lacks any emotion, folding the sleeves of his dressed white shirt while Caden wraps the coat around me. I could tell that he was holding back from starting a fight with Kier, but I couldn't focus on that when his words brought me upon a state of confusion. What did you mean by force it? He is still folding his sleeves perfectly, aligning them together as he answers. You died. There are consequences. From his side, I make out Jasmine and Kyson emerging. They are bruised and battered, yet she still found it in her to agitate Kier. With wide eyes and a sarcastic tone, you don't say, I thought coming back to life would be a piece of cake. Kier seems used to her antics by now, simply shrugging her off. It can be. You will be surprised what happens when someone comes back to life. I didn't miss the way Kier and Kyson shared a pointed look, one that screamed destruction. They squashed it when remembering all the eyes on them. Caden assists me in standing up. The aches in my joints begin to scream, but I ignore them. Luckily, Kier jacket falls to my knees and I tug it closer. Caden looks at me with worry in his eyes. Are you okay to stand? I nod, diverting my attention back to Kier, while Caden intertwines our fingers in order to keep me standing. How is it possible that I came back? You uncovered the true secret of a phoenix. However, there are consequences, and that wall in your mind refers to the connection between you and your wolf, Kier explains. That wall might turn permanent, and you will lose your werewolf side. I'm in a state of shock. It feels empty without Jade. There is complete silence. No urge to block out everyone who constantly wanted to mind link with me. It's true what they say. You miss something when it is gone. If I lose my werewolf side, then what would that make me? I would lose all my connections to my friends and family, to Caden. The thought made me nauseous, the stabbing sensation multiplying in my heart. Caden's fingers tighten, almost reassuring me of my inner thoughts. It's never happened before in a couple centuries, to be exact. Therefore, it all depends on you and your wolf and how strong your bond is, Kier assures in a subtle way, shaking my head as I attempt to piece together what transpired. If the true power of a phoenix is to rise from the ashes when they die, how come my parents died without being reborn? He shakes his head. As I've said, it's been centuries since the Phoenix's family has unlocked their power. I presume it's because you used your powers in a transformative state, with a pure heart. Your own flames killed you, which only makes sense that you rose from those ashes. A shudder courses through my body, accompanied by the silence as everyone stares at me. Does that mean every founding family has this true power? Or is it just a phoenix? Jasmine questions. Every founding family has them, but they haven't been awoken yet. They might never will. Each awakening is different. Just because Amethyst used her powers simultaneously doesn't necessarily mean it will work for you. Other powers won't guarantee a second chance. You could have an overload of power for a certain amount of time, and then you can simply die without being reborn, Kier warns, giving her a pointed look, which only made Kyson infuriated. What about the curse? I ask, attempting to dissolve the tension between them. Fated mates unfortunately suffer the same curse. It spans over lifetimes, and it doesn't restrict you to a specific supernatural race, Kier continues. But Jasmine intercepts. Guess it pays to be Magnus's son, she spits, aggravated with him. Apparently, that is a subject which gains the most reaction. Kier is ready to murder Jasmine, but Kyson intercepts. They are the same height, a perfect contrast of night and day. I presume they have a silent conversation, but I don't mistake the way Kyson's hand seeks out Jasmine's, and she easily slips her finger between his. Kier tisks after a few minutes, glaring at Jasmine before returning his attention towards Caden and me. Since the curse is only placed upon fated mates, it doesn't mean that every century you were together you were werewolves. The curse is that you die for one another in every lifetime. Having the powers of a phoenix be awoken has distorted the curse upon you guys. Meaning that we broke it? Kier nods. Only you two have, you cheated death. He shrugs, exhaling an exasperated breath. The curse still reigns true for other fated couples. Wait, you said couples, does that mean every founding family has met their fated? Jasmine questions. Kier smirks. Maybe they have, or maybe it's much more complicated than Caden and Amethyst's romance. How the curse is broken will depend on your lineage, your lifetime spent together, and who you guys are as a couple. They have it rather easy. He motions towards us. A-A-S-Y. Caden and I growl. He lets out a humorless chuckle. Compared to the fate of everyone else? Yes, you guys have it the easiest. Isn't that right, Kyson? Raising his brow at his brother as they communicate silently, Kier says something to Jasmine. We weren't within range to hear, but it obviously made her anger switch. It was now directed at Kyson, while Kier took a couple steps back and watched the show unravel. What about Callan? I question, remembering Sage's screams before I transformed. Caden's eyes are somber, filled with the same pain. He didn't make it. Swallowing the pain and guilt, I couldn't comprehend how Sage will take this. We loved Callan. We were a family, but Sage, that's her twin. They started life together, been through the toughest shit and knocked down multiple times. The only reason she even made it was because of her brother. This will destroy her completely. And I don't know how we are going to help her. I needed to ask Kier more questions. Maybe he could help us. But the moment I turn towards his direction, something catches my eye. Something moving behind Kyson. He was too consumed by the heated argument with Jasmine to even notice. Kyson. I scream as the bloody witch appears behind him. An invisible force sends Jasmine flying over us, while the witch places both her hands on either side of his head. She whispers something into his ears, making Kyson's eyes widen. Suddenly darkness is exploding from his eyes and mouth. The ground beneath us shakes, a force making our knees give out. Darkness consumed Kyson, like a demented force exuding from his eyes and parted mouth. There is no longer any reminiscence of Kyson, the energy around him shifting to something sinister and dangerous. The witch is flung back, her figure caught in midair as something twists her body. I'm left flabbergasted at the scene playing out in front of me. Her banshee screams as her body twists until she explodes into a puddle of blood and flesh. Kyson drops to his knees, his head tipped back into the sky, but the darkness is still escaping through his eyes and mouth. I don't even see the mass of ebony hair, the way Kier skidded on his knees towards Kyson. The wind began to pick up, cutting through our skin and encircling around Kyson and Kier. Suddenly, a black hole appears at their side. Kier holds Kyson's face between his hands, but there is no response. Something flashes before us. Jasmine is running with supernatural speed as I watch Kyson and Kier slowly be sucked into the black hole. YUCANNEVERCOMEBSCK, Kier warns Jasmine. She continues, not faltering a step as wraps her arms around Kyson's neck, and they disappear into the black hole. The energy settled around us, harsh winds turning into a gentle breeze. Caden and I lock eyes, unable to decipher what transpired. Jasmine, Kyson, and Kier disappeared. They were sucked into the abyss, and something tells me they won't be coming back. What just happened? A voice questioned, and I realize that it's Maverick. In his arms is an unconscious Sage, while Brantley is at his side, drenched in blood. He taps a bloody finger to his lip, scanning the massacre he caused around us. It might be possible that I went overboard. Amethyst Phoenix. Today was a day of mourning. Callan's funeral. Throwing roses onto his coffin felt like I was breaking a piece of my heart and sending it with him. The rain pelted against our skin, soaking the once dry soil and drenching our bodies. Time evaded us. The funeral ended, and yet the three of us stayed rooted in our place. Sage didn't come, and I understand that being here would only make it worse for her. Right now, she was attempting to escape the reality of not being with her twin. Goodbyes were never her thing, but I don't think any of us are accepting of this, of saying goodbye to Callan. I was grateful for the rain. It washed against my cheeks and mingled with my tears. We should leave. No one was here anymore, but neither of us could move a muscle. My feet rooted in this spot, unwilling to accept that Callan wasn't here. The gray stone engraved with his name, Callan King. Silence, except for the sound of raindrops hitting the surface. In the distance, I can still hear the echo of his contagious laughter. Callan has always prioritized everyone over himself, and when I think back to my moments with him, he never asked anyone for anything. Callan always had a smile on his face, always goofing around, always getting drunk and roaming into our rooms in the middle of the night. No matter how hungover he was, he was the first person at the breakfast table. Metallic orbs that sparkled with joy at our mere presence. We were a family since their parents passed away, when they were extremely young. Everything spiraled within me, a tornado of agony and frustration. I desperately wanted to scream my lungs out and give in to the tears that choked me. Instead, I held back all this rage and let silent tears escape me. It feels surreal to imagine waking up and not seeing his face at the table, not seeing Sage grumble how annoying he is when he gets drunk. I never appreciated those moments, and now they are nothing but precious memories. I won't be able to relive them again, experience the love Callan gave us all. I wish I had more time to cherish our moments together. Neither of us were coping with his death. Caden bore a hole into the spot that we buried Callan in, and Blaze's eyes were downcasted. We couldn't come to terms with this. We couldn't accept this. During the funeral, none of us could muster the strength to speak. It felt like I was mindlessly following a dark cloud. None of us could compose ourselves enough to say a word, because if we did, we would shatter. I miss Callan. I miss his smile. I miss his playfulness and devious antics. I just miss him so much. The weather resembled our mood, gloomy and no sun in sight. Time wasn't an issue. The rain had long since stopped, but we stayed at his grave. The shadow of the moon illuminated us, ensuring we weren't completely in the dark, but I knew we were drowning in a nightmare. It was Caden who made us leave, otherwise we would have stayed there till the next day. We moved in silence, a gentle breeze being the soundtrack to this moment. Once we reached home, it was more of a struggle than I thought. Darkness encompassed our once happy home, leaving no trace that anyone lived here. Blaze and Caden were ahead of me on the pathway to the entrance, but Blaze halted. It truly felt like we were in a haunted mansion, haunted by the memories of Callan and our once happy life. "I can't do it. I'll see you later," Blaze whispers, barely lifting his head as he skidded past us. Surely he would sleep at R.E. I'm tempted to follow him because being here is a painful reminder of what we lost. I want to assure them that everything will be okay, but that would be a lie. None of us will ever be the same. Losing a family member is earth-shattering. It turns your world upside down. Caden takes a step forward, except he doesn't take another. His figure is rooted in place, in front of me, and equally unable to process how broken our family is right now. His white, formal shirt is soaked from the rain, along with mine. But all I felt is hot lava soaring within my veins. He tips his head back, staring into the sky, and for the first time there are stars above us. "I can't do it either," he mutters, and I hear the hint of vulnerability in his soft tone. Caden has never openly admitted it, but they are all his family. He loves each of them so much, he cherishes them, and despite his demeanor sage, Callan and Blaze are everything to him. Wrapping my arms around his waist, burying my face into his back. He is always my rock, always putting everyone, including my feelings, above his. This is the least I could do, provide him some sort of comfort, even if it isn't much. I miss him too, but we have to check on Sage. My connection with Jade is still stagnant, therefore I couldn't tap into my mind links or decipher if she was still here. Caden exhales, nodding, but we don't immediately move. A million things flood my mind, all the guilt eating me alive. I can't face Sage simply because I am responsible for his death. I made him participate in this war with a deluded mindset that despair wouldn't bestow us. Caden unwraps my arms from him, intertwining our fingers as we finally make our way inside. When we returned to Blood Moon Pack, Sage locked herself in Callan's room and never came out. She was attempting to grieve in her own way, and I'm terrified what is going through her mind. Dread and sadness spirals within my chest as we take in the gloomy atmosphere. It's quiet, darkness surrounding us. "I'll check on her," Caden suggested, and I think he knows something that I don't. Frankly, I'm incapable of providing any emotional support to Sage. We were dangling on a thread, and the last thing she needed was the added stress. I will accept her anger and rage if it meant that she would allow me to be there for her, like she has been for me all these years. Caden returns fairly quickly, which only meant that Sage wasn't ready to talk to any of us. How is she? Sage is gone, he announces, handing me a small piece of paper. 2 sentences. It's too hard to stay here. Don't come looking for me. 2 weeks later, a home that was once filled with 5 dwindled to 3 and then none. Since Sage's departure, none of us could stay any longer in that house. Blaze moved shortly after. Luckily, he didn't harbor any resentment towards me. And we still remained a family, but staying in that home only brought painful memories. Caden and I were the last to leave, opting for a cabin near the lake. Our neighbors were Alice and Lion, although there was still a great distance between our houses. They were still at the hospital. Caden visited them often, but I don't think I was welcome after what Lion said. Taking a seat on the plush grass, a beautiful clear lake in front of me with the sun gleaming upon the water, I'm brought back to our last memory together, celebrating Alice and Lion's baby, the way Callan got so drunk that he started crying. A chuckle escapes my lips, the memory fresh in my brain. Drawing my knees closer to my chest, I have to further remind myself that we are all human when it comes to losing someone. The ache in my chest will never subside, leaving a hole where Sage and Callan resided. We aren't exempted from change, from pain, from loss. Being a supernatural creature never made us immortal. I got lucky. But that came at a price. I wanted to search for Sage. Being alone, especially during this time, would only further destroy her soul. But Caden told me that the best way to let her grieve was for her to do it on her own terms. Forcing her back wouldn't change anything and only bring her further misery. Along with Sage, Olivia also went missing. During the masquerade, she never returned. She wasn't present during the war, and no one could find her after. I attempted to search among the visions the moon goddess gave me, but they always stopped when I got close. Almost like someone was purposely blocking me from finding her. The only people that would know her whereabouts are Kier and Kyson. However, they disappeared that day, along with Jasmine. Her father had to regain control over Crystal Blood and her place back on the founding family's throne. It's like they disappeared off the earth, without a trace of their existence. Guess Kier meant it when he said she could never come back. I was in mere limbo, following my alpha duties, but with another weight on my shoulders. Voices cut through my thoughts. Caden returns with Lion in tow. They are in a silent conversation, and I haven't seen him since the incident in the hospital. I know Alice is getting discharged today. Hopefully her health is much better than the last time I saw her. Swallowing the ball of nerves in my chest, guilt bringing sweat upon my pores as I feel responsible for the death of their baby. I will forever carry it with me, along with Callan's blood. Caden places a kiss upon my forehead, and I'm staring into Lion's emotionless black orbs. Can we speak? He asks, and I have to compose myself from showcasing the surprise. Sure. Caden squeezes my hand reassuringly before I follow Lion. We continue onto the path that connects our houses. Birds chirp and fly over us, while the sunlight beams upon us. Lion halts under a tree, providing us a reasonable amount of shade from the heat. We face each other, and I can never decipher what he will say. This could either be good or bad. Deciding to break the awkward silence between us, Alice is coming home today, right? A spark ignites in his eyes. Yes, she is. I exhale with a tremendous amount of relief lifting. At least she is healthy and better enough to return home. What I didn't expect are these words to leave Lion's mouth. I'm sorry. My eyes widen as I take in his stone-cold features that are oozing something softer. I blink away the astonishment because Lion has never apologized to anyone. I'm sorry for letting my anger get the better of me. I'm sorry that I took it out on you. I didn't mean what I said. You are a good person and a good alpha. His tone is sincere, and I can't help but crack a small smile. It's okay, Lion. What you said was true. However, Lion cuts me off for the first time. No, it wasn't. I was hurting and I wanted you to hurt as well. I needed someone to blame, and I picked you. I was out of line. I should never have spoken to you like that, as a friend and as my alpha. No one is better off without you. Blood Moon Pack needs you just as much as your friends. Those words, coming from Lion, meant everything. He didn't need to apologize, yet he did, and I could tell he meant every word. Also, your friend Kaisen. The guy with the mask, Lion stated, causing my brows to furrow. What about him? He came to see Alice before you, and he chanted some words that sounded odd. There was a 90% chance that it would work, he said, not to get our hopes up. I felt like I was burning alive. Standing on the tips of my toes as I waited for Lion to finish. He saved our baby, Lion announces. My jaw drops. Are you saying that Alice is still pregnant? He nods, yes. With a smile. For the first time, my arms wrap around his neck without thinking. I expected him to pull away since Lion hates any form of physical touch from anyone that isn't Alice. But to my surprise, he embraced me back. Thank you, Amethyst. Because of your friend, I am finally going to be a father and have a family. Sage King. No one can understand the pain of losing your twin. It wasn't like getting stabbed. It wasn't like breaking a bone. It wasn't like looking death in the eye. No, it was losing your entire soul. Everyone experiences loss. It's the circle of life, and I was completely deluded to believe I would be able to escape it. We lost our parents at a young age, and while we weren't old enough to register what grieving meant at the time, we yearned for our parents like every child did. However, we were fortunate to have each other to rely on. How can I escape this? When we returned back to Blood Moon, everything began to spiral within me. Standing inside a place that I saw as home, my safe haven now simply remained a space occupied by painful memories. Some part of me is expecting to see his sunshine smile welcoming us back. Sage, you should get some rest for tomorrow, Amethyst angelic voice suggests. I don't answer, a chokehold on every single thing threatening to escape my lips. I'm afraid of what will come out if I speak. I'm afraid that my broken heart is shape-shifting into something dark. The house is bathed in a pit of darkness, resembling the heavy-hearted atmosphere. Thunder and lightning pierce through, highlighting the interior for a moment. Immediately, all the memories replay, and it begins to torture me slowly. How is one supposed to explain the physical pain emitting from my chest, constantly stabbing me every time I take a breath? I don't want to talk. I don't want to believe that this is happening. Sharing my emotions with them seems trivial, seems irrelevant. None of us say a word and I leave, desperate to get to my room. My brain is working on autopilot, unable to register my next moves until I blink and find myself in front of Callan's door. Goosebumps prickle my skin, causing my heart to accelerate to the point that it might burst from my chest. Attempting to calm the storm brewing within me, with shaky palms I twist the knob and open the door. As usual, the curtains are drawn back to provide a full view of his window. Once in a while, the lightning illuminates the room with a harsh ray, the shadows of rain showcasing on his beige walls. With hesitant steps, I close the door behind me. Callan wasn't the type to hoard stuff like me. I kept a lot of unnecessary mementos, while he lived more in the present, preserving his memories solely in his heart. It's strange to think that when we were born, Callan protected me throughout our childhood, and somehow the dynamic shifted, and I was the one protecting him. He has always been a loving soul, filled with happiness and light, while I was the complete opposite. His truly innocent nature could be taken advantage of so easily because his kindness had no bounds. Therefore, I had to protect that gentle aura. Despite his chaotic personality, he is the most organized between us. His room wasn't extraordinary. He was satisfied with the basic furniture. Hence, the spacious room without much occupying it. The only thing that made it personal, that made it his, is the multiple framed photographs on the dressing table. There are over 10, filled with pictures of everyone. Marveling over the sleek black frames, it's multiple candid pictures of everyone having fun. Our regular breakfasts at the table, our birthday parties together, our drunken nights. He managed to capture everything with everyone, including selfies with them. There was no doubt that Caden, Amethyst, and Blaze were his family. Except, what makes me hyperventilate is 2 pictures in the middle, at the edge, and in the center of all the frames. Pictures of us. One is when we were kids. I presume our parents took it because we were only 2 years old. It's a picture of us sleeping on the couch, with my arm around a spalled-out Callan. You could only see half of my face, while his was on full display with drool escaping his parted lips. The second picture is a completely random one, which didn't make sense because we had professional ones taken on our 18th birthday. I remember this day because we somehow ended up matching black leather jackets with white tees and leather pants. I remember us fighting constantly for the other to change. In the end, we both gave up. Callan pulled me into a hug, and because he was taller, I reached his shoulder. In the picture, Callan and I were laughing as he pulled me into his arms. It's like we are 2 sides of the same coin. Someone took the picture without our knowledge, hence the slight blur, but it couldn't be more defined in my eyes. Taking a hold of the frame, I pull it into my chest as I feel my eyes burn. I can't gain any sort of control over my body, over my mind, over my heart. Because how am I supposed to do this without him? I'm moving without any recollection of time, dropping onto his bed. My eyes meet the stuffed gray wolf our parents gave each of us when we were born. Callan named his gunmetal. Fingers slipping through the ragged stuffed wolf, I draw it closer to me and his scent is overwhelming. It reminds me of the sun, of a gentle breeze, of happiness. Which only makes me cry harder, the tears strangling me as I bury my face into the wolf. I can't breathe. Everything is suffocating me. Bella isn't here because as much as I'm feeling the pain of losing Callan, she is also feeling the loss of Niall. Constantly being agonized by my thoughts, and the only person to bring me out of that black hole was Callan every time. Now, I'm sinking into an abyss filled with pain and misery. I don't sleep. I don't move. The night passes in a blur, and before I know it, today is the funeral. With a hazy mind, I remember someone knocking and muffled words reaching my ears, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Simply staring out the window, clutching the photo and wolf to my chest. It's soaked in my tears. For a moment, I feel like I can breathe without tears welling in my eyes. It felt like a dream, but the gloomy weather and silence wrapping around the house stated otherwise. How pathetic is it that I couldn't muster any ounce of strength within my heart to go? Which sister doesn't attend her brother's funeral? I'm selfish, because if I go, then it means accepting this reality. Accepting that Callan is gone, and I will never see his heart-warming smile ever again. The bitter taste of hatred on my tongue, of something ugly churning in my heart as I hear them return. While I appreciate the kindness and patience, a part of me can't be here and see them constantly without him by my side. My body moves on, it's on, climbing off the bed. That's when I notice that darkness seeps into my view, harsh rain pelting the window. The funeral was over, and I never go. To everyone, it was just a day of mourning before they move on with their lives. While everyone can grieve for a moment, I will be the one living with this pain. I will have to live with the fact that Callan is gone. They will never understand. They will never understand that if I watch them be happy, it will destroy every ounce of my humanity. Removing the photograph from the frame of Callan and I fold the piece and put it into the inner pocket in my jacket. Taking out the sticky notes from the drawer, I scribble out 2 sentences as I hear their voices approach. I couldn't stay here. Opening the window, rain hitting my skin that it makes me gasp for air as I leap onto the ground and head into the forest. Mud coats my clothes, a chill catching my skin as I head deeper into the forest. I have no idea where I'm going. Neither do I know where my life is going from here. I'm leaving Blood Moon because it's not a home without Callan. It's like I blink, and suddenly I'm in a place I never wanted to be in the graveyard. And the worst part, through my fogged mind, I find the headstone in front of me. An invisible thread that led me to this path, to face what I've been avoiding. But isn't this the worst thing you could do to someone? Isn't the moon goddess being too cruel in this moment? Thunder slashes harshly through the sky, showcasing the name on the headstone, Callan King. Rain pierces my skin, the once heated flesh turning icy with how long I stare at his headstone. My body begins to vibrate, distorting my vision once again with a pounding that never stops. It intensifies as the tears mix with the rain, my heart ripped from my chest as the pain continues. It's endless. I'm drowning in a sea of agony and despair, 1,000 knives piercing my heart as I drop to my knees. Callan, I sob. I choke on the tears, on the pain, on the heartbreak. It's overwhelming. It's suffocating me until I can't breathe. The ringing in my ears distorts my mind, the throbbing in my head only intensifying as I stare at the stone. His name blinding my vision, imprinted in my mind. My nails dig into my chest. I want to claw my heart out and end this suffering. I want this to stop. My body shakes violently as the anger, pain, and sorrow consume me. I scream. I scream with everything inside of me. I'm crying and screaming to the point that I actually feel like I will die. My lungs burn, my throat hurts, and yet I still continue. I need him. I need Callan. I just need my brother back. I hate this sadness, the way my pain morphs with my hatred, making me someone I never wanted to be. The reason I didn't want to stay here is because I blame them. I hate that I've become someone filled with hatred and resentment. I'm an evil person. I should have died instead of Callan because he wouldn't have resented them. He wouldn't have blamed them the way I am. The only person I should hate is myself. It's because of me he is dead. That's why I hate myself. Maverick Hale. One doesn't simply escape the essence of a fated mate. In all our history, generations of founding families, and the only fated couple was the Phoenixes. Now, it seems all those centuries of forceful repression has been replaced with a destiny for all of us. However, discovering your fated mate is also a death sentence. You have history, lifetime spent together with both sacrificing for the other. While you discover a bond that leaps beyond space and time, you also suffer a torture worse than death. Everything would have been simple, a fated mate discovery would have been magnificent if it wasn't me to be blessed with one. I was content with my circumstances. After all, I am the reason for these consequences. Now, I'm in a state of disarray. For the first time, I cannot function without that gray-eyed wolf invading my subconscious. The first time I saw her, I reacted in a way I never have. Surely discovering a mate would feel less than, compared to the turmoil of destruction within me when I saw my fated. For the first time, I desired someone. I'm irrational. I'm not thinking of the consequences. All I want is her. It's unbeknownst to me, this foreign feeling of constantly having Sage King on my mind. She is a curse, and yet a beautiful one I didn't mind diving into the darkness for. I watched her during the war, the way she moved with precision and became deadly within an instinct. I couldn't keep my eyes off her. The way she slaughtered her enemies with those cold eyes made a shiver run down my spine. Zero is never reactive unless it comes to mayhem. However, whenever Sage is within view, her scent strangles him in a possessive hold. That's when I notice his addictive nature, the possessiveness in his mind and heart mingling until you can't escape either. My irrational behavior is also a direct link to his feelings. We weren't equipped for these types of emotions. Then, everything came crashing down for her. I saw it in her eyes. I felt it in my soul. Every fated couple is different, especially when I'm involved. While you usually have to mark your mate to feel their emotions, their inner thoughts and demons, I can feel them without the need of a mark. However, she cannot feel mine, and I don't think she ever will. I watched her unravel before my eyes, the anguish tearing through her soul. I watched her scream her lungs out, cry until her entire body began to shake violently. I saw her heart being ripped from her chest. Nothing could stop her. Nothing could stop the pain of losing her twin. While the world continued to move around her, while everyone was fighting the war derived by one man, she was fighting not to lose her sanity. Hence why I intervened in her life for a moment, instantly putting her into a deep slumber. None of them paid attention, and I couldn't fault them. Amethyst and Caden were on the verge of death. But to me, Sage is the most important thing. None of them mattered, only her. This type of grieving will never end for her. All her emotions are much more prominent during our separation. She returned to her pack for the funeral, but I saw the look in her eyes. They were dying. I tasted her suffering, her agony, her hatred, and they only intensified because of me, because she is my fated. While there is a curse that doomed us from the beginning, I came with my own curse that will surely kill her if I don't restrain myself. Her pure heart is slowly becoming morphed with my darkness. Everything that made her Sage King will change. I tainted her from the beginning. What happened to her? I asked my darkness, marking her the first time we met. She ran, it replied. That's another thing no one knows about. While everyone's powers are simply that, powers, mine is an entire entity. It's an extension of Zero's salacious nature. But I'm the cause of it. I'm the cause of his darkness morphing into an entire being. If I'm not careful, the darkness will devour me. Everyone's shadow has an essence of my darkness in them, thus my ability to know their every move, although it's limited towards the people I actually have a connection with. Therefore, I knew every single thing that transpired when Sage went back to Blood Moon. The way she began to resent her family for the loss of her twin. The way she didn't want to become someone tainted by the abyss of darkness. The way she mourned for her brother at his grave. I felt all those emotions even without watching her, equivalent to ripping your heart out of your chest. She was struggling, she was broken, and she will never be whole again. I wanted to go to her. I wanted to assure her that I was there for her. But I couldn't make promises I'm unable to keep, and the thought of giving her false promises made my stomach twist painfully. While I had no problem lying to everyone around me, I had a problem deceiving her. Alpha, one of my men from Border Patrol mind links. They only know to contact me when it requires my attention. Otherwise, Felix is left to handle everything. Yes, Tyler. She-Wolf claims to know you and demands that she see you. He relays affirmatively. Delving deep into the blackness, my lips stretch into a smirk. Does the woman have gray eyes? I question, already knowing the answer. Yes. I can already see Zero's tongue grating over his fangs in delight. Send her to me. I instruct, blocking the mind link. Leaning into my leather chair, my eyes wandering towards the rain hitting my window. It seems that lately the weather is interconnected with Sage, resembling all the inner turmoil, and clashing of agony with her heart. While I expected her to wander around before returning to Blood Moon, I didn't expect her to come to me. A knock sounds at my door. Come in. Tyler opens the door, extending it for her to enter, before bowing and closing the door on his way out. Well, this is a pleasant surprise, darling. Maverick Hale. Taking a deep inhale of her euphoric scent, the tantalizing taste of Arabian coffee hitting my tongue with the sweetness of coconut cream. She was the perfect blend of bitterness contrasting with sweet, a daily dosage that is essential in my routine. Zero wanted to sink his fangs into her, inhale her scent until it became a part of our skin. The possessiveness in me desired her essence to become a part of mine, that whenever someone got close to me, they would smell her and vice versa. It made me territorial in that moment, envisioning the moment I actually make her mine. But I can't. I have to observe. I have to restrain myself. The first thing I notice is her metallic orbs dulling by the second. Seemingly her life force is being drained with each intake. I determined this would be the outcome. Her heart was broken from the loss, and with no sight of amending, she will be devoured by my darkness. Staying routed in my seat is proving to be more difficult than I can imagine, with Sage present in my office, in my territory. If I stood up, our height difference would be defined as she reaches my shoulders. But, in this office, she is the main attraction. The masterpiece. Leather pants clinging to her skin, paired with a cropped leather jacket. Underneath, her exposed stomach brought light to her golden belly ring. A faded t-shirt that she knotted at the front, except my eyes focused on the water trickling down her skin. The action becoming more enticing. If I didn't control my urges, then I would have her on my desk in half a second. But this wasn't about me. That's what I had to repeat in order to control my salacious desires. This was about Sage. She was grieving a loss that will kill her in the long run. Last time we spoke, you made it perfectly clear that you wanted nothing to do with me. I repeat, sinking into my chair while I focus all my attention on her. Recalling the memory vividly, every encounter we had, Sage always made it known that she didn't want me, nor was she interested in a mate. I should have been ecstatic. After all, my curse makes me unable to have a mate. But I couldn't resist her. Sage is an aphrodisiac. She is an enigma. She is an explosion of passion and hatred. Her plush, ruby-stained lips part. I want to stay here. No one has ever caught me off guard. No one can keep a secret from me. Yet here she is, Sage King, practically making my jaw drop. I never anticipated those words escaping her lips, especially considering that I'm the last person she would turn to. But I knew of the festering hatred creeping upon her heart, the anger and sadness devouring her soul. Why? Sage won't answer, while she thinks that no one will care about the inner turmoil she is facing. I am the only one who can touch the depths of her soul. While everyone will overlook the suffering she is going through, I know that if I don't bring her back from this darkness, then there will be nothing left of her. Only evil, only a tortured soul with no humanity, only a pit of darkness. She doesn't answer, her face giving nothing away as she stares at me with a blank expression. The rain fills the silence while I feel my mind in disarray. On other occasions, Sage would avoid eye contact. This time, she never breaks it. We are entranced, whether she notices or not. Even with a broken heart, there is no denying the intensity of a fated bond. Because I have nowhere else to go, she answers, with a forlorn glint in her eyes. This time, I unfold myself from the chair, the shadow of the night sky curling around us. Her scent becomes stronger with each step. I want her to consume me until the only reminiscent are of her. My thoughts are too much. Everything surrounding Sage King annihilates me. She doesn't flinch with how close I am. For the first time, she is within my grasp without running. Sage is searching for an escape from her past, and the best option is the one she hates more than herself. Locked in a trance as she arches her neck to meet mine, there is nothing behind her silver gaze but with my ability to decipher the emotions festering within her, I didn't miss the sudden burst of butterflies. The way Sage's heart skipped a beat with our close proximity, and fuck if it isn't addicting. My fingers grasp her chin, sparks jolting at our skin contact. Sage doesn't retract, simply fawning uninterest. But even through the heartbreak, through the grief, she felt something for me. Do you think this idea is smart? I question. The consequences will surely eat us alive. There is no missing a beat when she answers, no. Nothing garners a reaction from me. Never has my face made this expression, and for the first time a smile graces my lips. Albeit a sinister one, because she is about to make a deal with the devil, and my payment is her soul. Why should I let you stay? What do I get out of this deal? Me, she declares. Sage King truly surprises me, exceeding my expectations and certainly pushing my boundaries. My eyes study hers. There is no fear. She should be scared. My thumb caresses her bottom lip, soft as silk. It's impossible to not crave her lips, to not collide minds with hers. I desperately want to devour her until nothing is left but us. That is truly a dangerous deal. I'm not someone you should give yourself to, Sage King. I warn, the air around us getting thicker. I don't care what happens to me. Dragging my fingers down until they wrap around her delicate neck. Slender and soft, her skin is practically on fire. I couldn't determine if she was running a fever or simply reacting to my touch. All I knew is that with puffy eyes and the dark circles under them, she wasn't of sound mind to make these deals. But I didn't care. Because I wanted her, I needed her close, even if I shouldn't. You should care, darling. My darkness will eat your soul, I whisper against her lips, watching her pupils dilate with lust. If it makes me stop feeling this way, then I want it. Placing the slightest pressure on her throat, feeling her life in my hands does something to me, to zero. Sage is ready to accept death, ready to escape this pain. But I want to see what my fated mate has in store for me. I want to corrupt that blackness only for myself. Make her breathe me. Make her live for me. Make her obsessed with me. The way I am obsessed with her. But all in due time. My goal now, it to make her whole. I'm dancing on forbidden territory, and if I can't fully make her mine, then I can at least heal her heart of this sorrow. Letting her go, don't worry, Sage. I'll use you as I please. But for now, I'll let you stay. Sage King. The full moon illuminates me, providing a shred of hope to my shattered heart, almost like a beacon of light from the moon goddess. However, I wonder how many times I'm going to experience this torture. First, my parents, and now my mate. It seems I was doomed from the beginning. I truly believe that the only one able to achieve happiness is Callan. It's been 3 months since my mate's death, murdered during A.R.A.D. mission. I felt it before the news reached me, crippling pain that made me feel like my heart was going to explode from the intensity. Finding your mate at 16 was any wolf's dream, especially mine. Now, the dream is dead. Sometimes I wonder if mates are a blessing or a curse, because when one dies, then essentially you die as well. Maybe I am being too cynical, but I do wonder what my outcome would be if I found my mate later in life. Because now everything seems meaningless. I am existing, barely living. There is no hope within my reach. The future is bleak at best. My legs dangle off the cliff, nothing but darkness below them. If I jumped off, there is no telling what I would find below. I could plunge to my death upon rocks or dive headfirst into an ocean. The allure of a mystery, whether I would die if I took one step. The night sky is lit with dozens of stars. One of those precious souls is my fallen mate, and 2 others are my parents. How is one supposed to say goodbye? I couldn't comprehend how a mated bond could break so easily, and then you are forced to let them go. I wouldn't voice this aloud, but the moon goddess is cruel. I have no parents, and now I don't have a mate. When she weaves our fate, why does she make it this tragic and painful? Bella. The distance between Bella and I is growing. We have our own ways of processing grief, and that involves blocking each other out, dealing with our emotions at our own time before coming together. According to everyone, that isn't healthy for our relationship. For the past 3 months, we haven't shifted, nor has she expressed any need to. We check on each other occasionally before bringing the wall between us. She lifts her head, drained silver eyes studying me as she answers. Yeah? Do you think we would get a second chance? It was wishful thinking. Initially, I wanted to provide a semblance of hope for Bella. But deep down, I want to believe that this isn't the end for us. Bella is quiet, her feelings of peace washing over me. For the first time, I didn't feel that pain in my heart. Yes, we will, she reassures with a gentle tone. Bella never believes in anything. We are 2 peas in a pod when it comes to false hope. Therefore, I knew that if she placed her faith in those words, then I will too. I swear if you jump, I will totally jump too. A playful voice vows from behind me. I snort at how dramatic he is. Boots crunch against the dry soil before he takes a seat next to me. I thought you had a date tonight. Baby sister always comes first, Callan declares with a huff, diverting my attention to him, raising my brow. I was born 5 minutes before you, he shrugs. The details aren't important. What's important is that I take care of you. Rolling my eyes, we were twins, and yet he behaved like my older brother for the entirety of my life. However, as we grew older, the opposite can be said for me because I often drag his drunk ass back home. But trust Callan to make me a priority, even when he finally landed his dream girl. The silence wrapped around us as we both reclined onto the ground. How did you know I would be here? He clicks his tongue. It's your favorite place to be. You fear the unknown, but it also brings you hope for the future no matter what you face. Tears glisten my eyes, the throbbing initiating in my head as I turn to face him. Why do we always face hardships? Haven't we dealt with enough? Callan's features stretch into a soft smile, his thumb swiping at the tears falling against my cheeks. It's destiny. The people who suffer the most always become the strongest. They are meant for greater things. I don't want to be the strongest. I want to be happy for once. I sob. Callan pulls me into his arms, his scent of the forest providing a deeper comfort to the pain strangling my heart. His hand gently soothes the crown of my head as I cry into him. I don't want to be destined for anything bigger. My sweet sage, you were always destined to be the strongest. You will have greater happiness than anyone could ever imagine. I know he was saying those words to comfort me, to make me optimistic that even through this torture, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. For once, I wanted to be a fool and trust those words. That even through pain, I will find happiness. For someone so stupid, you are quite wise, I compliment, burying my face into his chest. But goosebumps pebble my skin, dread seeping into the pit of my stomach as I feel some warm substance coat my face. With shaky fingers, I feel his chest, but there seems to be nothing but a gaping hole. Choking on my own salvia, I pull away from him. That's when I see my surroundings shift, fire engulfing us as Callan lifeless orbs stare at me, blood soaking his shirt, a hole where his heart was supposed to be. What is happening? I try to reach him, but there is an invisible wall separating us, holding me back from going to him. Banging my fist onto the barrier, feeling my lungs give out as I scream for Callan. His body is being eaten by the fire. I have to stop this. Callen. This can't be happening. I can't be losing another person I love. I can't survive this. I can't survive if the moon goddess takes him too. I've already lost my parents. My mate, I can't lose my brother. Enononcallendontleveme. I scream through my tears, blood coating my fists as I try to reach him. Please don't take him away from me, I beg, losing my voice. My knees give out, my throat becoming sore from the screaming as tears blind my vision. I can't breathe, hands wrapping around my throat and choking me. Suddenly, I'm being dragged backwards, sinking into a pit of darkness. I gasp for air, the taste of rain on my tongue. Attempting to sit up, I notice that my clothes are soaked. Shivers run up my skin as I wrap my arms around myself. My body isn't generating heat. Therefore, the cold is seeping into my pores. Taking in my surroundings, I notice that my entire body is covered in mud. Rain distorts my vision, but the trees around me clarifies that I am indeed in a forest. However, the direction I am facing reveals nothing but darkness. That same feeling of falling off a cliff, the threat of the unknown emerging from the darkness. Even squinting my eyes, I couldn't determine what lurked in shadows. But I could sense eyes on me. It causes the hairs on the back of my neck to stand. The rain crashes hard against my body, making it impossible to see what was transpiring before my eyes. SAGE. I hear someone call. It was in the opposite direction, following the trail of familiarity. A drenched maverick appears in front of me. He shrugs off his coat, bending to wrap it around my shoulders. What are you doing here? He questions, but I don't answer. How did I even get here? Turning back to the forest, I reply, I don't know.